You hot because you run around though. It ain't hot.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry I'm late. I'm gonna be a little more late. Give me till about 6:15. Thank you for your patience.
They want to what?
What? Have you drinking a juice lately?
No. Yes, orange juice, $5 and 50 cents. That's crazy. It's just some candy.
I didn't. I'm just bringing orange soda, but isn't that wild?
Why would you do that?
Yeah. Somebody pointed out to me today. Look at this. 550. Some 450.
What? How did they decide that that was 450?
550.
What?
$7 for one small, and that's for one small bottle. Isn't that wild?
Who did these prices?
So don't bring it's greedy ass, and don't bring it. Like if you don't want to,
Yeah.
that's all. You guys really go to the store and buy like a whole thing of good orange juice.
Yeah. Yes, a container.
Hey, Tasha, you're unmuted.
$28? Okay.
Tasha, you're unmuted again.
Good evening. Fashayo, can you turn the music off, mommy? Hi, thank you. Okay, we are here, we are here, we are here. I appreciate your patience while I got my life together. Mercury retrograde, gonna get the last squeeze to the last day. And she got my ass. She was cool, all retrograde. And then today she sent me around Jack's Corner in an electric vehicle with charging stations, which I ain't never been to in my life. It was a lot. How you doing, Ia? You look so beautiful.
I am wonderful. Thank you. You look beautiful as well.
Thank
All
you.
shining and glowing.
Thank you. Had to get some new environments in my life. I'm feeling very good right now. I'm not even mad about the turnarounds. I'm just mad I was late, but I'll get over it. Okay. Is Reverend Zayanara present?
I am.
All right. Give me 2 minutes
Okay.
to gather my things. Where we at with it? Hold on 1 second. Okay, now I'm ready to go. All right. Welcome to the 4th Hoodoo Virtual Conference. This is our 4th year putting this together. This is something that's very special to me. And I hope that it offers you as much as it brings to me. The joy, the balance, the restoration, and the reminder that our ways of life are enough. Our traditions are enough, and we ourselves are enough. So please bring your minds, bring your hearts, bring your pen, bring your paper. Take 5 deep cleansing breaths, shake everything off. Yes, it is late. I don't know what time it is, but we're gonna rock it to the end. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna do our opening ceremony first, and it's gonna be presented by Reverend Zayanara, aka the Holistic Health Coach. Holistic HOE, okay? And she's very clear about that, the Holistic Health Coach. She is a pleasure-based health coach and is the ordained minister and founder of Taste and See Heaven on Earth Ministries, which is what HO stands for, Heaven on Earth. After I present her and she does the opening ceremony, I would like to give a personal testimony of my experience with what you're about to experience right now, if you need me to, but you're going to feel it for yourself, okay? So come with your open mind and your open heart and receive everything that she has to offer, because she's a very gifted human being. Playing in the primordial creation energy of the universe, they show up as a vibrational art alchemist, metaphysician and metaphysicist, and guardian of the sacred sensual for their own enjoyment, as well as supporting others in recalling and fully embracing their magical nature through multiple mediums designed to facilitate self-acceptance and divine knowledge of self. Their services include vocal sound-based energy healing, pleasure-based healing, pleasure-based health coaching, and much more. They can be reached at theholistichealthcoach@gmail.com. And I will put that in the chat after she finishes her sound vibration healing ceremony. Z, please come forth. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Reese, so much for inviting me to do this. I'm really excited. I prepared a slightly different version of my usual group sound healing transmission. Specifically for this event, I'm really excited to see how you guys feel about it. So I'm going to start off just reading something, and then we're going to do a little exercise, and then I'm going to go into the transmission. Okay. Our ancestors, liberated and venerated ancestors, were all set free by their own recognition and declaration of God within themselves, which can only be recognized, discerned, and perceived of by the divine goddess that we all are. Be they Harriet Tubman, Queen Nanny, or Yeshua, they all ordained their own minds, hallowed their own names, consecrated their own bodies, baptized themselves in the holy waters of divine remembrance, declaring themselves deities. Arbiters of their own destinies, they blazed a path for their own liberation and ours. They knew that the veil of separation between themselves and divinity, between their present experience and the materialization of their desires and survival, between survival and thrival, was all completely an illusion. And all they had to do was let the universe know that they are the universe, that they are God, which is to say, they told themselves that they knew. And all the things formed in the valley of the shadow fell to death and were reborn as the endless fruit and flower in the land of milk and honey. May this transmission and exercise support your sacred recollection of this eternal truth. And if you feel called, join me in reciting this incantation in the form it was intended to be spoken. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to show you Psalms 23. And I'm going to do it in a different way than you're probably used to, which is I'm going to ask you to recite it, replacing the word Lord or God with I. or your own name. Okay, wait, Reese, you gotta let me share my screen. I don't know how to do that.
I'm sorry, I got you. I'm gonna hold on. I think I can make you a host. Yes, I can. Let me find you. I'm gonna let you be the host and then you pass it back when you're done.
Okay. All right. All right, can everyone see my screen? I don't even know how to see it anymore. See the chat. Okay, what's the chat saying? Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Okay. All right. This is a very powerful thing that I recently started doing. So I hope that you do it too. Zainara is my shepherd. I shall not want. I maketh me to lie down in green pastures. I leadeth me beside the still waters. I restoreth my soul. I leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for my name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for I am with me. My rod and my staff, they comfort me. I preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. I anointeth my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Zainara forever. Amen. So now I'm going to do a vocal-based sound healing transmission. It's a channeling session. I want you to remember that during this session, you are likely to go into trance and you can travel wherever you would like to travel. You are completely autonomous during this time. You don't have to go anywhere you don't want to. And if you see anything you don't want to see, please invoke your power to banish it, to rebuke it, to send it back to the void, or wherever you would like it to go. And you can take yourself wherever you would like to go. I encourage you not to suppress anything that comes up. Feel free to put it in a file folder if you need to come back to it later, or wherever you'd like to put it. Plant it in the ground, throw it up to heaven, put it on your altar, put it in your bra, do whatever you want to do with it. This is entirely up to you. So in order to do this, I'm going to ask you to either make sure that you are sitting completely upright or laying down flat. In either case, the point is that your breath is not obstructed in any way and you're completely relaxed. You can move or get up or do whatever you need to do, whatever you feel called to do during this transmission. This is your time. The point is just to make sure that as you go into trance, you don't have any obstruction in your breathing. If you feel the need to emotionally release, don't hold that back. If anything comes up for you that you want to write down, feel free to do that as well. This is your time. We're going to start off with a protection-based guided imagery and some breath work to sort of have you settle down into the session. I'm going to do about a 5-minute transmission, which is way shorter than I usually do, but this is for the opening ceremony. So I hope that you enjoy it. I'm probably going to play some Kendrick Lamar when we finish to sort of boost the energy back up, so that if you did fall asleep, you'll wake back up because you might fall asleep. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start the transmission. So join me in 3 deep cleansing breaths. We're going to inhale for 5 seconds and exhale for 7. Don't worry about counting. I will do that for you. So let's start on 5, and I'm going to start right now. Inhale on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. Exhale 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And inhaling again for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. And exhale 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And one last time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. Exhale 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, and if you want to shake a little, feel free to do that too. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to visualize a huge, big, beautiful bubble like the moon surrounding you, and allow it to radiate this big, beautiful white light all around you in infinite directions, in every single directions as far as you can possibly imagine, and then some. This light is super bright and luminous like the full moon, and it spreads forever and never, 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 never. You are completely surrounded by this bubble that's radiating this beautiful light. And on the inside of this bubble, I want you to visualize whatever it is that makes you feel comfortable and sensual and happy and relaxed. This imagery can be just a color. It can be some sort of wallpaper or kaleidoscope design, anything you would like to visualize during this time. I'm choosing gold with sparkles that flows like a silky ocean, because that's just what I feel like today. You could do whatever you would like to. And after you've done that, I want you to imagine yourself sitting comfortably, or even laying flat on calm, still waters. And these waters are holding you up completely. You don't have to exert any effort to float or keep yourself up. You are completely relaxed, like you're laying on the ground or on your bed. And these waters represent eternity, the eternal waters of the Divine Mother, just holding you. Every single muscle, bone, and tendon and cell in your body is completely surrendered to this water. This represents the fact that you are powerful even without trying. And you know where you come from without having to try to remember. So after you've done that, you're nice and comfortable. The next place I want you to imagine yourself sitting is on a throne. And this throne can look like whatever you want it to look like. It can be that sort of traditional archetype of a throne we're used to seeing, that's gold and has ruby cushions on it. It can also be a lotus flower. It could be any type of flower. It can be made of water or fire or air or earth. It can be a little mountain that you're sitting on. Anything that makes you feel seated and comfortable and empowered and your divine authority. This is your throne. It belongs to you, and it fits perfectly. Now, to go with your throne, of course, you have to have a crown. And this crown can look like whatever you deem a crown should look like. Whatever makes you feel crowned in your own divine authority. Whatever makes you feel happy and creative. It can be a flower crown, it can be a halo, it could be a traditional crown with the gold and the gems and all those sorts of things. It can be literally anything you can imagine. Now, in one hand, I want you to imagine that you're holding a book. And this book contains all of the rules and laws of physics and nature in your universe that you've written down, that only you know in the deepest depths of your heart. It contains all of your deepest core beliefs and values. It contains your sacred doctrine and decree over yourself. And it can look like whatever you deem this book should look like. It could be leather or pleather bound. It can be covered in gold, diamonds, stickers, pins, whatever you'd like. just as long as it makes you feel like you. And on the other hand, you're going to imagine your rod and staff. This represents your connection to eternity, not just this present moment, but everything far beyond time and space is contained right here in your hand. And you have access to it whenever you want to. So now that you have your rod and staff, you have your book, your crown, and your throne, I'm going to ask that all of our benevolent ancestors be present to support us on this journey. And all the ones who are not, remain in their resting places and doing whatever they need to do. There is no entity, spirit, person, energy, idea, concept, anything that is allowed in this space that is not present for our deepest, highest, truest, most immediate, and long-term good. Anything that is of that nature is banished and rebuked in the name of you. And everything that you desire is available in this space for you to call in, or remember that it's already there and all you have to do is acknowledge it. And now that that is all said, let us begin the channel transmission. This transmission will sometimes contain moments of silence, language that is or is not discernible, singing, and other sounds of breath and chanting. So when the session is done, I will say the session is complete. I'll bring us all back, and I'll probably play some music to bring everyone out of the trance room. Okay. I hear you sing, I hear you. Cái có thể bỏ tay bao tay cho bác sĩ cái gì ao bác cao sự có sự cái sự bác thể không bỏ bác thành không sự bác sinh cái thể bác lại cái gì bác thể sinh cái cho nên bác cao tới bác cái mà thể sinh bác thể cái bác sĩ có sự bác thể cái sự bác thể cao bác thể chụp con cái thể sinh mà đã có sinh cái bác sinh được sự có sự bác thể cái sinh tự tự và là cái chỗ sẽ cái sự bác thể có thể mà đã cao sinh ở đây có bác thể sinh có thể cái sự mà à cái chỗ bác cái mà đã cái có thể bác thể sinh ở đây cái sinh được có thể bác thể được sự cao thể sinh bác thể Ele acabou de tinha um que você acabou de acabar sem qualquer quem tu tu se tu tinha Hadi kade şu da o yesu wa ki ko just ma ga ye ji e lo sa ko so no ban da tne shi Sorry Krishu Ade kade u shu ade wo ko te pute ba ko me ki pa da ade ki ni de wa ko shu to ka te ka ho te single wa te shin do wa te ka te ka te chu te Ade kade u shu ko te ka te ho te ka te ko te ni so ko te ni de de ke de mi ji sin ko te wa sa ko sin da sin ga se mo ka de shu kan ta wa ka ta wa te de chu mo ka de sin Ed quando eu me ficava, você desceu, aí eu era até que eu dei o Chegou que chegou, se que chegou, cadê isso? Cai de em aí, tô aí, já não banal, que chegou tinha, se tinha se que se tem até fonte da fonte assim, não eu tinha do que se assim. But she days to go, but there to the cash, she share, aí, you do assim, eu go up there, why you that, but they didn't know them. 내가 누구한테 같이 제고 때 이제 그때 이래 내가 요즘 이렇게 저거 때 등을 저다 그러니까 이게 좋아해 주셔서 고생 없이 그 티칭도 세계관에 하던 데 이제 좀 대시 같은 거 대시 같은 거 같은 생각 다 포스팅 거 어떻게 되시는 But I think it's more than it is 내가 좀 부터 가서 say take 좀 사가 singing Say here Say say, 'Cause I 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 Session is now ended. Let's re-enter with 3 loving breaths. Inhaling for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. Exhale, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. Exhale, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And one last one. Inhale for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. Exhale, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now that big, beautiful bubble we imagined earlier, imagine that it turns into silky milk and it wraps itself around you and sinks itself into your skin. And now all the delicious things that we encountered here are a part of you and are protecting you. And you can take it with you wherever you go. Thank you so much, the Divine Spirit. to the primordial spirit, to yourselves, to our ancestors, to the elements, and all good beneficial things that be, for joining us in this session. It's now ended. I'm gonna play um I'm gonna play Kendrick for you guys to come back into the room, come back into your bodies, and exit the screen share. I can
got royalty inside my DNA. Cocaine quarter piece got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. I got hustle, no ambition, flow inside my DNA. I was born like this, it's born like this. Immaculate conception, I transform like this, perform like this. With you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate. They're off your fucking head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness. I just kill shit 'cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got guns, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got enough, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA. I just win again, they win again like Wimbledon I serve. Yeah, that's him again, the sound they engine in is like a bird. You see fireworks and Corvette tire skirt the boulevard. I know how you
You're
work,
so
I know
welcome.
just who
Thank
you
you.
are. Use a bitch, you want to probably switch inside your
Okay.
DNA.
I think that's enough. I just wanted something with a really different energy. um, you're
Thank you so
welcome.
much, Reverend Zayanara. We're gonna go ahead and move right into the first panel of the evening. I hope y'all felt that and it absorbed into you and activated something in you, because it definitely did me the first time I experienced her offering. So our next panel is entitled Shake That Load Off, Hoodoo as a Liberation Praxis. And I would like to introduce Ialosa Osunyemi Akalatunde, who is the priestess of the Sweetwater Collective, which I am gratefully a part of. And I can't say enough about my godmother. She's a gracious, kind, powerful woman, just like all of the beings who are on this panel. You can find her at gottobeoshun.org. And I will give her a moment to introduce herself. I'm going to go ahead and introduce everyone else on the panel really quickly. We have next Joy Tabernacle, who is a spiritual midwife and an alchemist. She is one of my dear sister friends, and she is the co-founder of the North Star Hoodoos, which I am also a part of. And I will give her an opportunity to introduce herself as well. Next, we have Stacy Jordan Shelton, who is a mentor and advisor, who does amazing work to also help people birth their most powerful selves. She has helped me many times without even knowing that that's what she was doing, just being a presence in community. And lastly, we have Shakima Smalls, who is a writer and a conjure woman, who is also the co-founder of the North Star Hoodoos. And I will give her a moment to introduce herself as well. So please, everyone, come introduce yourself, say hi, let everyone know who you are.
Hey. Greetings to everyone. It is always a joy and a blessing to be in the company of my people. Y'all have heard me say it many times that we are currency. We are the currency that keeps the entire Western world running. And so it is always enriching to be in your space. I am the Ialosha Oshunyemi Akalatunde, priestess of Oshun in the New African Vodun tradition, which is a tradition of hoodoo. I have been doing this for almost 30 years. I am also homeschooling mother of 6. I am also a writer and just a Black woman making it in the world and making sure that I am empowering other Black women to do the work of the resurrection of the divine Black feminine, which is us and our families taking our rightful place in the cosmos once again. So, always a blessing to be in your presence. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Joy Tabernacle. Where you at, Joy?
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'm glad to be here, excited to be here, excited to be participating in this discussion with such amazing people, people that I follow and look to for, illumination. I'm Joy Kimmett, Joy Tabernacle, as some people know me. I am a miracle midwife. I am an illuminator. I'm a person who helps people who are on that threshold of becoming and being themselves to step over that threshold. I am somebody who, if you're feeling stagnant, if you're feeling stuck, if you're feeling, like you don't know which way to turn, I'm a person who will help you turn in the direction of your most divine self. I'm a person who, a lot of times people talk about divinity, and being gods and being goddesses. I'm a person who will hold you to that. I'm a person who will hold you to your divinity. And that's the work that I do. And I'm also a writer. I'm also a mother of 5. I'm also a lover. I'm also a student. I'm a mentee of Diva Nutamu on Butterfly. I am a great friend, and I'm just like really excited to be here. So yeah.
Thank you, Joy. Stacy, would you like to go next?
Hey y'all, I am Stacey Jordan Shelton. I'm a performance consultant and coach. About me. Priest, mom, daughter, wife. What I love helping people with is just moving into sovereignty and power, specifically, and then just helping us just to move into sacredness of being and not proving, right? I feel like we have everything we need to create everything we need, but it requires us coming home to ourselves and to that knowing. So I too am honored to be here. It's just a powerful panel. So I'm honored to be invited. I'm invited to and honored to be participating. And so thank y'all. And hey.
Thank you, Mama Stacy. Shakima, are you here?
I'm here. I was trying to get my lighting better, but I'm struggling. Hey everybody, my name is Shakima Smalls, and I am the co-founder of North Star Hoodoos. I am a student of life, I would like to say. I have lots of intellectual interests, but I'm primarily a teacher, a mental health coach, and a writer. So my discipline is actually in poetry. And I work through poetry and spirit simultaneously, often, and a lot of my ritual comes through that. So a lot of the things that I've discovered and a lot of the connections I've made in spirit have been through writing. It's a lifelong endeavor for me, and so it's something that I hold sacred, and I try to support other artists in doing as well, especially artists that are in the hoodoo tradition. I am a caregiver also. So I do a lot in the way of what I would like to think is death work, um, in its own way. I'm learning a lot from that in present time. I don't have any titles or anything like that, but I don't think that's necessarily necessary. I'm getting a lot of lessons, just by trying to be as present as possible with nature and with myself during this time. So Hoodoo has really facilitated a lot of revelatory things for me in my life. And I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to talk to all the panelists and, just learn things. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakima. I appreciate y'all, and I'm so grateful for y'all being here. Each of these people on this panel have supported my own growth and development in their own ways, some more closely than others. And I'm just very grateful to be here with y'all. So I'm going to start with the first question. Now we all know Hoodoo is the jam. Like that is the it's the flour, and it's the eggs, and it's the milk, and it's the butter, and it's the sugar, and it's the frosting, and it's the oven, right? It's everything. To those of us who have been practicing for any amount of time, this has saved our lives over and over and over again, right? So it has the recipe for all of us to do whatever it is that we want to do next. And right now, our focus, one of the things we can be focusing on is liberation, right? And when I say liberation, I'm not talking about, well, I am talking about freedom from oppression, of course, because that's what liberation is, right? But I mean freedom from all manner of oppression, right? Not just systemic racism and white male patriarchy. I'm talking about liberation from circumstances that we find ourselves in right now that we don't want to be in anymore, right? Liberation from struggle and strife of any kind. Liberation from dependence, right? Um, liberation from guilt, shame, and fear, right? So we know that Hoodoo has the recipe for freedom for all of us because each of my panelists bring their own recipe and ingredients in the cause for liberation. There is an equal measure of healing and retribution for every ailment in Hoodoo, right? In what ways can we apply our spiritual traditions to liberate our minds and bodies from the clutches of disillusion? I'm talking about practical application of root work principles. Anybody can speak first.
Well, I think for me, you were talking about circumstances has been something that I have been thinking about for a while. Well, for the past couple of weeks or so, I've been thinking about circumstances. And I'm reminded of what Mama Hoodoo Saint Zora Hurston said when she talked about High John the Conqueror. And she talked about High John being in the being class, be here when the ruthless man comes and be here when he is gone. So in that quote, for me, there's a recognition that circumstances will come and go. There's a recognition that circumstances are part of us being here on this earth. Another quote that my mentor says, she says, we live in a shit happens universe, right? So the idea that we would be here and we would exist and we would not experience, any problems, any, tragedy, any grief or anything like that, to me, for me, in my experience, that's a very sort of new agey type of understanding of reality. What I have come to understand is that part of our oppression is not just the circumstances that we experience, but the ways that we define ourselves in relationship to those circumstances. When Mama Harriet Tubman said that, she said, my people are free. She didn't say my people will be free. She didn't say my people might be free at some point. She didn't say, I hope that, these white people sure will just let us get our freedom. She said, my people is free. And operating from that foundation, that basis of liberation, that basis of internal freedom, which is something that was also echoed in the High John story, where he talks about taking people on the wings of I think a raven to heaven and to hell. But the idea of internal freedom and internal liberation being the foundation, the necessary foundation for how we see ourselves and then for how we move, right? That creates the conditions for external change. And so here in where we're at right now, in 2023, although we are free physically, a lot of us are more internally enslaved or
Mhm.
internally unfree than our ancestors were, because we have internalized that the conditions are ourselves. And we are not our conditions, we are not our circumstances. And as long as we give our power to, oh, this thing happened, this bill is due, these people are doing this, these people are doing that, when we give our power to that, to the external conditions, then we are not able to locate the source of our power, which is ourselves. And so for me, it's not to say that I don't do my work on my circumstances, right? Because fundamental to Hoodoo is work, root work, we got to work, right? But it is to say that we must first position ourselves in relationship to who we are. We must first position ourselves to divine, in relationship to divine. We must first position ourselves in relationship to our ancestors. We must first position ourselves in relationship to our nature spirits. We must first position ourselves with the wealth and with the power that we actually are, and then we move from there.
Joy, can I speak back to that? I think not even just from a Hoodoo perspective, but from a Black mental health perspective. This idea of positioning ourselves in relation to our spirits. For me, it started off with ancestry because, you know, you come up in a family, some people might come up in a family like I did, where my grandmother, you know, she had her older traditions and there were things that I was more familiar with. But the essence, the grist of what Hoodoo and root work were, I didn't get until adulthood and in community. And I was learning this simultaneously as I was studying mental health. And you're studying mental health, you're studying it within what context? You know, now me myself, you know, I I started off with a text. I remember I avoided this text for years, and I started off by reading Yorugu, and it got me super interested in African psychology and more so in, you know, Anglo psychology, if you could call it that. I think there's a couple of very nuanced phrases and words that would be better applied to it. But one thing that I always had questions about was psychological harm and torture, psychological warfare, and how those things manifested in us. And when I got to the institutional spaces where we were learning, "Oh, this is what the brain does, these are the social contexts in which all of these things appear," you know, and none of the people's names were, or none of the people that we saw or took workshops with, for the most part, looked like us, had our experiences. And the ones that did try to avoid talking about them at all costs or making everybody in the room comfortable. So what I found was often that I was at odds with folks who wanted to make folks comfortable. And because I wasn't interested in that, because I knew what was going on. And I said, how do we build a mental health praxis in a society like this specifically, where we are enduring psychological warfare and have been for hundreds of years? How do we shape that as Black people? How do I do that as a Black practitioner? And when I tell y'all that I got to the point that I was in my clinicals and my supervisor was just like, well, you know, this won't necessarily apply to most of your patients, mainly just African American women. And I said, why do you think that is? I said, why would you think that? I was like, have you engaged Black feminist, Black womanist praxis? I was like, do you know what that comes from or what that's in response to? I was like, I feel like the tension that we're having is that you're not centered anymore. And I said, that is what I was trying to get at. For myself, being a young person, you know, even now I'm surprised. I'm like, how do I advocate for that in a space like this? And the answer is that you don't. At least I didn't, you know, I didn't do that. But I'm speaking back to Joy because I do very much think there is so much power in not only making those connections with our ancestral spirits, our ancestral courts, having community to bring us to that place, but also to recognize where we are in time and space. I was reading a passage from Of Water and Spirit not too long ago, and I grabbed the book just now because I remember there was a passage where Malidoma was getting advice from an elder, and the elder told him it's really important that you become present in this moment of where you are, of what is happening, and you remain present through your spirit journeys, especially when you move into the dream space, because it's real. It's as real as this space. And in this world, first of all, it's very hard to be present. It's re-traumatizing constantly, especially for us as a people, as a diaspora. And to stay grounded, to stay balanced, to stay in homeostasis feels impossible even on the easiest of days. So when we say that, it's almost like we're continuously doing this work. We're doing this as practitioners, we're doing this as guides, we're doing this within community for each other, but we're also very aware, starkly aware of what we are doing this. And I don't like to position it in response to, because again, I don't center whiteness in my own personal practice of life. But just to be aware, because I find that, like Toni Morrison said, a lot of the work against us is in the distraction. And it's hard to get away from that, especially if, our work is within institutions or constantly in response to something that they are doing or something that they have posited as our existence. We have to be autonomous in making those decisions. So.
Yeah. I'd like to respond to both of you all. Magnificent words, eloquent words. And for me, hoodoo in praxis, having been raised in the rural South, first person in my family to ever go to integrated schools right outside of integration, and in conditions, I grew up in conditions that were not far removed from the sharecropping of our ancestors. I was born in 1969, so I'm from those conditions. What I internalized from the hoodoo of my childhood, and what keeps us safe, the practical part of it that keeps us safe, is remembering that each group of people has their own experience of the world. So we do not exist in a world where whiteness and maleness is king. That's not the world that we exist in. We know that that world exists, and we have been forced to participate in that world. But that's not the world that we exist in. We've never existed in that world. We were not born into that world. We were not conceived in that world. Everything has its own plane of existence. That is not a part of our plane of existence. So hoodoo is our buffer and our protector, and many, many, many times our cloak of invisibility, right? We got to go back and forth, in and out the bullshit to eat. We got to go back and forth, in and out the bullshit to feed our children, to keep a roof over our heads. I'm not negating that. I'm not saying that that doesn't happen. But for me, hoodoo is always our buffer and our reminder that that's not our world. And that is a world that was created to do exactly what it's doing. And that's not my world. I don't live there. And my power doesn't come from there. And that world doesn't define me. That world gets to see me however it chooses to see me. And it ain't going to ever see the whole of me, because if it sees the whole of me, it's going to make sure that I don't eat. And it's going to make sure that my children starve and that I ain't got nowhere to live. And that world don't ever deserve the whole of me. It's bullshit as far as I'm concerned. I don't have to speak to it. I don't have to understand it, because it ain't got nothing to do with my culture. But the whole of me exists in the world that my grandmother created for me to live in. The whole of me exists in the world that my mother gave birth to me into at the feet of my great grandmother, who was a midwife, right? And that is, to me, what we have to get, and how hoodoo liberates us. And it's how Mother Harriet could say, we done been free this whole time. Because it's a world that we actually live in that ain't got shit to do with y'all. It's why Mama Toni wrote about the world that we live in. and was constantly asked, well, are you ever going to write about us? Well, why would I write about you? You don't live here. I don't have that kind of interaction with you. It doesn't make any sense. I'm writing about the world that we live in, to us and for us. Hoodoo gives that to us and reminds us of that in a condition and in a construct that was created to constantly make us feel less than human, to constantly make us feel as though we don't have the right to exist, to remind us with things that are not real, like bills and like going to buy groceries. None of this is real. That ain't real. The earth is free, but I got to pay rent to somebody. Food is free. Earth Mother Onile grows food for us for free, but I got to go buy it from somebody. None of that is real. All of that's pretend. So this is a construct created to make you feel a particular type of way. By remaining fully encapsulated in Hoodoo, and by them passing it down to us, our ancestors want us to hold in our mind and gave us the ability to hold in our mind exactly what we are, exactly what we are from, our place in where we are from, our place in the cosmos, and how from this place we are always empowered. We are completely and totally empowered. So for me, the practice of it as a liberation technology is that remembrance of exactly what I am, the place that I hold here, and the type of influence that I have from this place and space, so that whenever I am forced to interact with that other world, I'm always doing it from a position of power. I'm never doing it from a position of lack. I'm never doing it from a place of feeling inferior. I always know that I have the upper hand, because if needs be, I know the name of the wind. You driving a car, I know the name of the metal that you are wrapped in when you driving that car. If needs be, I got the root in my pocketbook that can make this whole shit turn around. But I'm doing that because I'm always embracing the practices of my ancestors and understanding the innate power there, the power that reminds us of what the Reverend said at the beginning, that you are the deity. The deity exists inside of you, and you always have the option of moving into your own space and then operating from there and only interacting with other people from that position of power and from that position of sovereignty. This is mine. It's always going to be mine. I get to make it exactly what it needs to be to work for me in this lifetime. And I'm always going to have the power to do so. So for me, that's the practical side, and the technology of Hoodoo as liberation and Hoodoo for liberation. And it was created for that, right? We know that it comes from the traditions of our ancestors in West and Central Africa, but it wasn't required pre-colonially to be a liberation technology. It was required to be the science of living and the art of being able to commune with nature properly. That was what it was required to do. But when we came to this side, when we were forcibly brought to this side, we made it into this new thing that we now must have. And now it is a liberation technology for us forevermore and perfectly suited to us in every situation. It ain't never been defeated, and it ain't gonna never be defeated.
Woo! I don't have much to say after that word. The word that comes up for me whenever we talk about liberation is power, and understanding and remembering that we have it, right? I too, like, centering whiteness is the least honorable use of our energy and brilliance. And so it really, for me, surrounds three things, right? It's sovereignty, it's sacredness, and it's knowing that we got the juice, right? We have the power to create. And I get a little wobbly, not in my own praxis or belief system, but when we start kind of attributing things around power to new age, because these white people are not the gods of this earth, right? They created systems to make them look like gods, And when we get in agreement with those systems and get in agreement with them as having the power, that's when it all falls apart. So for me, it really is about remembering that you have the power and putting it to work. They gave us what we needed. And we do have the power to recreate and shift. That's why folks fear us. It's why after you tried to kill us and tried everything you could to stop us, you still can't stop us. Right. So like, what is that if that's not the juice? We have to remember that nobody can do that for us. That's a birthright that we have to embody, that we have to embrace, and that we have to lean into, right? To me, if you would be free, you need to render these people irrelevant, right? In every way imaginable. They're irrelevant. Like, how is a poor imitation of you what you elevate as God? Out of here. Like, really out of here. Get out of here with that. Right? There's nothing they can, there's just nothing for me. To me, it's coming home to ourselves. It's coming home to that knowing. It's learning how to love and honor each other outside of this bullshit. And be about each other, right? Everything for me is around how does, all of these divisions and arguments. And listen, we here and we need to be creating a new future, right? And so for me, it's acknowledging that you're not powerless and quit doing what I call cosplaying powerless, because you're not powerless. You're not powerless. Get in community with folks who know that. Start putting stuff to work. When you see shit that you don't like, know that you can change it. Like, you are the God of your world. Work it, right? Work it. And there's nothing, new, I don't think, that can be said around this. The question for me is, when will we start to believe it and move like we know it, right? Our worthiness is not up for debate. Our power is not up for debate. And we can choose to lean into that, or we can keep trying to prove our worth and wasting our time, right? I would choose to prove my worth through what I create, through leaving this world better than I found it, through making sure my babies are empowered and know how to navigate, so they aren't at the mercy of these systems, right? So that's what Hoodoo, as a liberation practice, but not just a liberation practice, as a lifestyle, like how we create, how we call things forth, how we navigate, and how we not just survive, but thrive. Because to me, it's time out for just hand to mouth survival, right? One of the things that I, just started playing around with in my own life, is not basing everything that we do on need. Because we are literally the architects of culture, of futures. And so what happens to when we lean into our dreams and desires and really start to create something bigger than just the basics, right? And that's not to be dismissive of the realities. But I just believe with everything in me, we have the power to shape our realities. We've done it. We continue to do it. To me, a lot of this shit is just to make us forget who we are and what we have at our disposal. And so remembering and being present, and having a praxis. Those of you who are familiar with my work, I always talk about ritual before revenue, because we learn to chase money like money is the God. learn how to lean into creation and learn in how to create what you need as you need it, right? Because that is freedom to me. That is liberation. It means I'm not dependent upon these systems. And that for me is freedom.
Also, I'd like to share about that. You know, a lot of us come from Abrahamic religions. And one thing that was really hard for me coming up, even though I was surrounded by, you know, certain folk practices and things that my grandmother had preserved, I was told that faith is the evidence of things unseen. And when I came into a deeper connection with Hoodoo, my ancestry, I saw the evidence of what I needed, just like you were saying, just like all of you have said. I was not expected to pray and beg and sob and whine and do all these things in such, like you said, a powerless way and not see anything from it. And I think that, and I'm not saying even that that's the teaching of the Bible, but I know that's how people teach it. So I think that a lot of us have been indoctrinated to say, well, if you haven't seen it yet, you just keep on holding on. Whereas in Hoodoo, if this needs to work, I'm gonna make it work. And it took me a long time before I even understood what was coming into fruition. I remember the first time I had something come to fruition for me, and I remember just sitting there like, did that just happen? You know, not because I'd never experienced a miracle, but at that moment, I couldn't play victim anymore. And it was like, okay, well, now I got to put in some work. You know what I mean? Again, not dismissing the circumstances that a lot of us have to experience, but also to really be empowered in that moment and say, you know, this is my life. It doesn't belong to anyone else. You know what I'm saying? You call a man a slave, and you really have to grapple with what that means. Can a man be a slave? You know, and so I reject that in all of my living. I reject that in my communities that I try to cultivate or be a part of. And I just appreciate the fact that the difference in Hoodoo is that I see the evidence. It keeps on showing itself to me. I don't have to guess. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to perform. I just have to show up and be present.
Y'all out here tearing it down. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for ways to strip the illusion out of it's like a film, a film on the iris. And I am guilty of looking through the lens too, right? I stopped looking through the lens of the white gaze, and now I'm working on not looking through the lens of the male gaze, not being perceived, right, in that way, and just being the power and the sovereign and the entity that I know I am, right? The force that I am. So for me, that is the load that I want to shake off, right? So let me ask y'all, and you can get personal if you want to. I could go deeper with how I'm interested in shaking this load off for me, but what loads do you need to shake off for you? And for the people in the chat, say in the chat too what it is that you feel like you need to shake off as well, so that you can see yourself without the film over your iris, without that glaze over your eyes, and you can kind of just move through the bullshit and just see you for who you are.
I'm shaking off the load of the need for approval from the academy. Because you know me, that I came down here to Florida to get this PhD. And I ain't saying I'm not going to get it, but I'm saying in the midst of working in academia, what happens is that your success is based upon getting the approval of that academy. And the approval of the academy is nothing but you agreeing to some white masculinist imperialism bullshit. That's really all that it is. And the more that you say, that's not what I'm writing about, that's not what I'm researching, that's not what I want to think about, that's not what I want to read, that's not what I want to do, the more they say, well, we don't understand this premise that you're putting forth. We don't understand this theory. And you have to go all the way back to the beginning of what you said to get them to understand the simplest theory. So I really want to, and so you become entrenched through the years of taking the classes and doing, everything that you have to do and teaching the classes that they're forcing you to teach. You become entrenched in looking for approval, which was some shit that I hadn't done in a long time. I really wasn't born giving a fuck, and then I got grown and just didn't give no fucks at all, had some children, got married, got divorced, just wasn't giving a fuck. Y'all know I don't move like that. I don't be in the world giving a damn. But then you're moving through this process to get this thing that somebody told you wanted, because at some point you ain't even sure if you want the shit no more. And you're entrenched in this seeking approval. And so it has done something to my mind that I don't want to be happening. So that's the load that I'm shaking off. From the first time I saw the title, I was like, yes, this is the medicine that I need to get out from under feeling like I need these motherfuckers' approval. Right? These motherfuckers ain't the one that's going to decree on me the ability to be a teacher. I knew I was a teacher since the 3rd grade. These motherfuckers can't decree on me the ability to be a writer. I've been writing since I was 11, right? This is from my Ori, it's from my head, it's from my own lineage. So I want to, whatever little piece of my brain and got caught in that loop and is just going around in that circle, this the medicine I need to shake that off. So that's what I'm shaking off. And the academy is like every other white masculinist creation. It's corporate America. It's, the patriarchy. It is wherever you have to go to work, whatever you have to do. In my case, that's what it is academia. So shaking that shit off.
Yeah, I love that. And I know Shakima brought up psychological warfare. And just that we're just in it. It's just always coming at us from every direction. But the thing that I think I've really been pulled to get free from is just all the ways that I unconsciously realized I was shrinking myself for my own safety, because we are in this fucked up world. And I just didn't realize how, because I had radical Black ass parents, right? It was like, you don't center them, you smarter than them, there's nothing that they can do for us. Like, I had that was my daddy. Like, ain't shit they can do for you, you don't need their approval. Like, for my dad, it was like, how you gonna buy into a poor copy of yourself? Like, everything they got, they stole from us. And it's like, but then we got to turn around and try to fold ourselves into that bullshit. Like, I just like that. But for me, it was the violence that we as Black women go through all the time. I mean, from everybody, even people who claim to love us, right? And so I realized the ways that I still, even though I got a big ass mouth and I'm, whatever, just reclaiming a sense of safety. And that's part of hoodoo too, right? Because you ain't gotta be bothered with that shit either. You can put somebody in the ground if you need to, but just not shrinking, right? Just not shrinking and having courage. And I thought I was pretty fucking courageous. But I still know that there's places where, I might not say what I need to say, or I might not own what I need to own, in terms of my own gifts and brilliance, even though I'm always trying to help other people do that. And so in addition to this power thing that we were talking about, I feel like, hoodoo as a praxis and root work as a praxis, and prioritizing our safety and knowing that we ain't got to be scared, is something that I am reclaiming, right?
Thank y'all. Joy, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I want to back up real quick and say and clarify something from the last question. Is when I said new age, because Stacy brought up new age, and I don't want anybody to get the idea that I'm attributing the power of hoodoo or our power to new age anything. I find that a lot of us get caught in this trap where we believe that our circumstances are us, and that if our circumstances don't align with what we see for ourselves, our highest vision and our highest strengths of ourselves, we tend to internalize that as meaning something by me. Oh, Stacy, I just want to make sure that everybody, kind of gets where I'm coming from. That it means something for me, and it don't. A lot of times, shit don't mean anything. Shit just be happening. Hoodoo is a martial tradition, like Yelosha said. It's a martial tradition. It came into being because of the interruption of white pathology, and so it was Africans that were like, "Oh shit, here's this thing happening. How do we respond?" That is hoodoo. Hoodoo is the response. It's not the centering of whiteness, it is the response to the interruption of white pathology. And to that point, what I'm shaking off is that, so I want to say that for myself too, Stacy. I want to say that for myself out loud, is that your circumstances, my circumstances do not define me. Your circumstances do not define you. This year, I was in a horrific car accident that rocked me. We were traveling through the country, so that was in an RV, and that was my home. So I lost everything, and my child ended up in a hospital. And then one of the first things that I did, and it's something that I do, and that a lot of us do, I think, is to figure out what I could have done to make that different. How could I have fixed that? How could I have changed that? How could I have? And then what did I do wrong? And what's wrong with me? And all of that to keep me away from what is right now. What is the miracle of right now? What is present for me right now? What am I able to create right now? How am I able to heal right now with my family? Our ancestors and us sometimes live through some terrifically tragic things. We live through abuse. We live through, horrific poverty in many instances. We live through assault. We live through murder. We live through loss of loved ones. We live through so many things, and this world teaches us, especially like even when we come from Christianity and we go to New Age concepts of like who deserves what. We think that that we're not getting what we want because we don't deserve it, or we're not good enough, or there's something wrong with us. And I feel like I might be rambling, but I just want to release that. Let that go. Let go
You're
of
not
any
rambling. You're not rambling. Keep going.
let go of any idea that there's something that you did wrong. There's something wrong about you. There's something inherently wrong. I learned wrongness, when I was a kid. When I was a kid in church, I learned that there was something inherently wrong about. I didn't come to this earth wrong. I learned that. I learned that there was something wrong. And then I spent my whole life trying to fix what's wrong. I spent my whole life trying to fix myself, trying to make something better out of me, trying to fix why was I born in these conditions? Why was I born in these circumstances? Why do these circumstances keep happening to me? And little do you know that part of the reason why circumstances keep replicating in certain ways is because we keep marching and dancing to the tune of our wrongness, of the idea of our wrongness. And there's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. My mentor told me one time, she told me a story. She said, When our ancestors came here, the first generation of ancestors who were trafficked here, when they were punished for instance, stealing something to eat, or, stealing, a little bit of time, or they had no shame about that. They had no shame about the punishment they received for those things, because they understood that they were first of all full human beings and entitled to food. They were entitled to free time. They were entitled to rest. They were entitled to themselves. So they understood that about themselves. But it wasn't until later generations that we began to internalize the idea that us being punished by these systems, us being punished, was because of something that was wrong with us. So the children of those original enslaved Africans, they had children, and their children, would be like, hey, why is grandma, why does that person have those scars on their back? Why does that person experience, like, why does that person doesn't have their foot chopped off? Oh, they did something bad. They did something wrong. They did. And so we learn through enslavement that there was something inherently wrong with our desire for liberation, our desire for ourselves, and our desires for freedom. And a lot of times we spend so much time trying to make ourselves right, and there ain't nothing about us that we need to make right. We are already inherently right. There is no circumstance that defines who you are. There is nothing that you've been through that makes you less than. There is nothing that you will go through that can take away your anointing. There is nothing that you have lost that you cannot have. There is nothing in this world that can be in between you and your divinity. That is it. That is all. That is the center. That is the key. That is what you need to know and understand about yourself as you move forward in this life. Don't let nothing make you feel less than you, period. Okay, I'm done.
I'm gonna let you finish. But I want to say this.
I see you trying to pull weeps and sobs out of me tonight. You ain't gonna do it.
I do want to say this, and get on out the way. Because Joy, you brought it up, and it's just us remembering too that, there's a difference between circumstances and identity, right? And so many of us have taken on our trauma as an identity, this bullshit that people project onto us as an identity. Things that happen to us are not our identity. It's stuff that happened to us that we have to navigate and we have to move through. It's when we take them on as identities that we start to fall apart, right? That's when all the shit falls apart. That's when all of the juju isn't working, because they need us to buy into the lie that we're worthless and that all we are is our trauma, or all we are is the Eurocentric definition of worthiness. And if we don't line up with that, then we ain't nothing. Right. And so if I have anything to offer to folks as we move into the new year, it's release all this bullshit about your trauma and all the stuff that happened to you as a part of your identity. It happened. We got to move through it, but it is not who you are. Like Joy said, you're anointed. You are beautiful. You are brilliant. You are powerful. And that's the only shit we need to be leaning into. All the rest of this stuff, if somebody telling you something along with you don't deserve, you ain't worthy, like, yes, you are. And let go of all of that. I'm not dismissing all of the horrors that we have been through. But what I'm saying is don't let it define you. Yes. Don't let it define you. Because when you let it define you, it starts to define your limits. That's all they wanted. That's all they ever wanted, was for us to get into agreement with the unworthiness lie, with the this is all you gonna be lie.
That's the only way it works.
You want to be
is if we agree with it. If we
that's
agree
the only way
to it, that's the only way it works.
That's
so
the only
we
way.
have to disagree and shake ourselves, literally put ourselves in a chrysalis, as Joy says. She has a class coming up called Chrysalis right now. I plan on being a part of it. I hope y'all do too. I want Eolosha, Mama Stacy, Mama Joy, and Mama Shakima, I want y'all to come through and really tell people how they can get in touch with you, because I know you said something, each of you, that touched everybody. How can they join your mailing list and participate in what you have to offer? Because we are coming up on our next panel.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do a free workshop called Ritual Before Revenue that's coming up on the 8th. Folks can upgrade to a little VIP, which ain't much, if they want to do Q&A. And I'll drop the info in the chat. It's just workshop.ritualbeforerevenue.com. Everything I do is about integrating the spiritual into everything, because that's to me, that's another thing that we as Black folks have to do. All of this stuff is spiritual, and that comes first. And everybody chasing money, they got us on our needs, right? It's really coming home to honoring them and prioritizing our spiritual work first. There is nothing I've ever achieved in my life that I didn't get through what we call now root work and conjure. Like, it's just nothing that I've ever gotten. Like, I've been in the corporate spaces. I tried it their way. It don't work. And it ain't supposed to work. Like, that's why what Elos was saying about fuck this academy, like, their ways aren't our ways. Their ways are not our ways. And no, they gaslighting you with that bullshit. They understand completely what the fuck you said. They don't fucking agree because they don't think we got no goddamn value, and fuck them too. Anyway,
They not centered, so they can't get with it. If they not the center, they can't get with it.
They can't, and they
Yeah.
understand everything we're saying because they steal everything we fucking do. Whatever.
Right. I had one of them tell me, I had one of them sit up and tell me that everything I said was wrong. And then as I was leaving the classroom, she said, but I'm going to teach it in one of my classes.
Lying asses.
Bitch.
Welcome to the academy. Welcome to the academy.
Bitch.
You're there to do that grunt work so that they can take credit for it.
That's all it is. I'm like, I feel like they got a straw in my head and they just want to suck it out, and then they want to leave me an empty hole. That's, to me, that's what I'm here for.
They literally disregard everything we say, then go back and copy it. Like, everybody that shared that dumb white fragility book, I was like, if y'all don't go listen to the Black women she stole from, you better. Out of here.
Yeah, that's true. The way to get in touch with me is on my website, gottobioshun.org, GOT, the number 2, the letter B, OSHUN.org. I teach classes usually weekly just for spiritual empowerment of Black women and femmes. To me, we are the root and the origin and the source. And so I know that it is part of my destiny to make sure that we are uplifted, we are strengthened, and we are empowered, and remember exactly who and what we are. I do divinations from the Yoruba, Anago, New African Vodun perspective, naming ceremonies, funerals, weddings, all that kind of stuff. Tomorrow, I will be doing the reading of the year at 1:00. That'll be free on my YouTube channel. That's the same, Got to Be Oshun. And that's it. Yeah, that's where you can reach me. I'm Got to Be Oshun on all of the platforms.
I thank you. I just want to say it's just been a blessing to be in space with y'all. Like, it really has. Like, I'm like a little bit fangirling over here. I just want to say that. But yeah, you can reach me on IG, Tabernacle Life. Tabernacle.life is my website. Chrysalis is a class that I do have coming up. Registration has actually closed, but if you want to join a class that we are going to be, if you want to have a space where you feel safe, nurtured, to walk on the edge of your reality, to walk into your power, to hold your magic, to live in your truth, to be yourself fully, completely, without reservation, to feel alive, right? To feel vital, to feel alive, to feel in love with life, to feel like life loves you, life got you, your ancestors got you, to know that, not to just believe, right? Because a lot of times we stop at belief. We be like, what do I believe? What do I believe? No, we got to act, you have to walk it to know it. So if you want to know yourself as loved, as rich, as expansive, as luscious, as joyful, as beauty, as conjurer. If you want to know yourself as that, email me and I'll tell you more about my class. Also follow us at North Star Hoodoos because we doing some really great shit. We got a death work class coming up. It only has 3 tickets left. And we got some writing workshops and some other shit. So I'd love to see you in either of those spaces.
Yes, definitely follow us at North Star Hoodoos. We have a lot of programming coming up for the new year, a book club as well. We're supporting all, facets of the hoodoo community, and it's just nice to have a space for hoodoo artists and writers. So yeah, if you're interested, just reach out to us like that. If you have any questions, you can reach me on any of my email handles. They're all the same, Shakima L. Smalls or at Shakima_Smalls on social media. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff coming up in January though. So for real, get on that mailing list if you're interested.
Thank y'all so much. We are still on schedule, even though I was late. So I'm grateful for that.
You were
Next
right on
week.
time.
Thank you, honey. I was right. No, for real. I don't like to be late because Mama Stacy said we ain't gonna harp on it though, because we in for the next one. ConjureandBloom.com. Community.conjureandbloom.com/join. I encourage y'all to keep up with these amazing people. These women are powerful and they have the medicine that we need. This was just a little bit of the whole, just like we're presenting a little bit of our whole as well, right? So our next panel is called The Bloodline is the Standard. Okay? Beauty, magic, and honoring the roots of our essence. Okay? We are conditioned to perceive ourselves through the eyes of outsiders, right? We're constantly looking for the next wave of beauty trends to follow when all we have to do is just be ourselves. You look like your great grandmother, okay? And if anybody called that woman ugly and you was around, they was going to hear about it from you. So why would you look in the mirror and perceive yourself as anything but beautiful when she gave you your nose, she gave you those lips, she gave you those eyes, she gave you those cheekbones, she gave you them crooked teeth, she gave you them big ears, she gave you that nappy hair, right? So why would you curse the face that gave you everything you have and everything that you are, right? So beauty is in honoring yourself as your ancestors' baby, right? So we're gonna hop right into our introductions and we're gonna go down the line of who is currently here for this panel, because I believe we're missing 2 people. Lajay, are you here? That's okay if she's not. Anybody who couldn't make it, I trust that they had it in their heart, and I'm not going to take it no kind of way. I still love my sisters. Let me see. I'm going to send her the link real quick because she might not remember. While we're doing that, I want to go ahead and have Iamina and Addie Simone introduce yourselves, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Rish, for inviting me to this panel, to this event. I'm so grateful to be here and to talk on this subject. My name is Malaya. I am an initiated priestess of Azari Boshe, of the New African Vodun lineage through Sweetwater Collective. I was initiated by the limitless Iolosha Ola Omia Kalatunde, and a bad bitch in real life, that's what I do. That's who I am. And again, grateful to be here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Addie.
Hi everyone, my name's Addie Williams, Adane. Some people know me by that. I actually came out of the broom closet in 2019. I was told by another practitioner that I had my You're a Wizard Harry moment in 2019. So like ever since then, I kind of started getting deeper into like my getting in touch with like ancestral veneration, but like I always was drawn more towards the beauty and love aspect of it, because how I feel is we kind of like live in a world where we're taught that like whiteness is a construct, and I need everyone to understand that that's a form of glamour magic as well. Not a lot of people know that. Um, so my work and my life path is to help other people activate their own personal beauty, because I'm a firm believer that beauty is a spirit and it's not a particular look, right? Um, and the opposite also is true too. See, I'm not the type of person to call people ugly unless it's, something in their spirit that says that, and of course with the conditions that we live in, I just don't necessarily believe in like someone being like physically ugly, especially Black people. And I grew up not really feeling beautiful, and I never understood why until I started learning about um, white supremacy and the patriarchy. And usually the first point of contention that our oppressors have is no one would even look your way, so you're not important, right? So it's really important for me that we understand that beauty is an energy, and it's an energy that's been maintained by our ancestors. So I'm also a tarot reader as well. Um, I do tarot readings, and I have stuff coming up that I'll type in the chat. I can't say it out loud. But yeah, that's what I do. Nice to meet everyone.
Thank you, Addie. Okay. I do also believe that beauty is a spirit. It is also a state of mind, right? And I want to know from you both personally, tell me about, and this is something that I want everyone to put in the chat as well. Tell me what features inside and out you received from the mothers before you, because it's not just their outer beauty that you inherited. You also inherited their power in its fullness. They didn't give you a piece of their power. They gave you all of it, right? They gave you all their power and you cultivated it as your own. So tell me, what power did you get from your mothers? And I'll go last. Not just power, but what qualities did you inherit from them of beauty, outer and inner?
For me, I feel like what I inherited from my foremothers is, well, first of all, we like most of us are, well, most of my family members, the women, we're all very vain. So like everyone knows that they look good. So I definitely inherited that from them. But also I like to describe myself as Venus in a face, but Martian in a mouth. So it's like while we're also beautiful, people don't expect us to also defend ourselves as well, right? So like I love the fact that I inherited being able to check people whenever I need to, And it's like I like the fact that when it comes to beauty and like glamour work as well, something that my foremothers taught me without really directly teaching me or telling me is just, sometimes our beauty is a form of protection because people don't necessarily really know what to expect, you know, personality wise, whether or not we'll defend ourselves and stuff like that. So, and then I also like that I inherited, sensitivity and like my um ability to prophesize in my sight, because that's something that a lot of my foremothers have, whether they admit it to it or not. So, and I look just like my mom. I just have like I look like my mom.
The first thing, the Vodun that I'm initiated into is the spirit of beauty. It is the energy of beauty and love, what most people recognize as Orisha Oshun. Azuri occupies the same cosmic function. Um, and so everything that I am learning and reconnecting to with Azuri, I first got acquainted with through my mother. My mother is my Azuri. She was the first revelation of Azuri to me in my life. Um, and so everything that my mother is the energy of beauty. She is the divinity of that. Um, and when I look at my mother, it's not just because, we have that I know I'm beautiful, you can say vain, but it's just, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I woke up like this. I didn't have to do much, and you see it. And we know that, and we carry that with us. But, um, you know, beauty is one of the most ancient primordial energies um, that we experience and have access to in the physical, reality. Um, and with that is inherent rage. It's love, but it's not love that's um, like passive and just without conditions, without standards. It's it's very passionate and it's ferocious. That type of love that my mother comes with that reminds me of the cosmic spirit of love through Azuri. And also, being a warrior, being a righteous warrior. I am the daughter of Dahomey, where we have the stories of the only women warriors, the what people call the Amazons, but they were called our mothers. We called them our mothers. That's how we saw them. And I am their daughter. In my life, up until this point, I've been known to um, fight for what I know is right. Fight for the people that I love. Fight for my freedom. I'm not afraid to do that. I'm not afraid to use my voice to speak up on behalf of me and my people. And that is beauty. That is love. All of that is connected. And I got that from my mother. She was the first, again, my first example of what that is in practice. Um, and just in the way that um, my mothers lived their lives, to me is the the cultural retention of the um, the attributes of Azari. Like my godmother Iolosha Olaomi always says, nothing is lost, and so I can let somebody tell me that because we were enslaved, that our ways were lost, they were stolen, they're trapped in some museum somewhere. Or I can literally look at my mother and see, the living example of what our sacred shrines looked like, of what our sacred movements were, of how we fashioned our divine, the spirit of beauty. I can look at her and see that in real life. And so everything that I know about what it means to be beautiful, what it means to, carry that and reconnecting with the spiritual aspect of it is all bringing me back home, literally.
I want to respond to what you said about how beauty is rage, because this is something that I was actually I'm sorry if you hear that, that's my baby. But
You don't apologize for the children. They're home. They in the right place at the right time.
okay. Do you want to say hi to everyone? Say hi.
Hey, pretty baby.
So if you guys never seen her, there she is. But I love what Mina said about beauty being inherent rage, because so I'm a Libra moon and I'm also like an astrology enthusiast, and something that I learned about Libra, it's not really Scorpio that represents death as much as it is Libra. So, when I do things in reference of like love magic and beauty magic and just like helping people tap into their beauty, sometimes the first emotion you have to get past is your anger, because like literally a lot of times all you've been taught your entire life is that you are not beautiful. You get messages everywhere telling you and reaffirming the belief system that you're not beautiful, right? So I like to tell, my clients or people who just need advice from me that like if you ever get angry at how someone like downplay, whatever gifts you may have, or whether it be like your looks, your talents, whatever, that's an attack on your spirit. That's an attack on the spirit of beauty. You know what I mean? So the healthiest thing that you can do is be able to balance your beauty with your rage, because unfortunately, when it comes to being beautiful and recognizing that you are beautiful, you have to come out of darkness, but you also have to realize that not everyone has the same heart as you. So when you want to activate your beauty and like the side, that represents love and kindness, you also have to realize that people who know true beauty have seen ugliness before, and people who know love have had to go to war for it. You know what I mean? So I really do like what you said about beauty being rage, because I feel like a lot of people try to like segue through that part. They're just like, oh, well, you're so pretty, or I didn't expect you to be so mean, or, especially Black women, because we get the messages most of the time that like you're not enough and you're not beautiful and you'll never be a white woman. So it's like right before recognizing that you're actually beautiful, you usually are pissed off. And I think that people need to actually embody that anger first and not try to like do, because that's the process I'm going through right now. Like, um, but I'm just looking at like stuff that I wrote really quickly. 1 second. Oh yeah, and then one thing about beauty that I realize and glamour in general is like when you move with the assumption that you're beautiful, other people will just have no choice but to treat you that way anyways. You know what I mean? Like move with the assumption that you are beautiful, because your ancestors' existence is confirmation and it's evidence that beauty is, here. It took two people to make love for you to be here. That's inherent beauty. There's no way that I could tell somebody that they're ugly when their parents came together and intentionally brought them here. So
I
Or
would,
unintentionally, right? Or unintentionally. It's the spark. That spark that creates planets and makes stars. That is why I'm beautiful. And out of the probability of millions who could have manifested through that sperm and egg meeting, it was me who came through. There's nobody on this planet like me. Nobody. And there's nobody on this planet like you. So the thing that makes you beautiful is just by virtue of existing. Because it's only one you, and it's nothing else and nobody else like you. I'm sorry, I get so passionate about it. Go ahead, Iamina.
no, you were heading in the direction I was going with it. So thank you for that. I was going to add that I think in order, just to add on to what Addie was saying about the rage, being a part of the journey of finding your own beauty. I think that part is inevitable. You can't avoid that, especially when you're dealing with the spiritual aspect of beauty. That is an aspect of that spirit. You know, going to war for what you love, willing to get down and dirty and ugly, you know, and feel the hurt and the pain, you know. And when you see me out in the world beautified, this is a byproduct of all of the warring that I've gone through, you know, the struggle that I've gone through to honor myself, to actually see the beauty through all of the shit that I just had to move myself through. Um, so and you know, um, the 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 process of beautifying comes through, again, honoring that rage and then finding balance, cooling yourself down. That's the true beauty. You know, it's like I can be a ferocious beast, an apex predator, and I know when to chill. I know when to, you know, preserve myself. I know how to keep myself um, grounded and balanced, you know, when it's not time for war.
Nikki, please go ahead. You got yourself muted. Okay. Yeah, I can't unmute you. You got to do it yourself. I tried. It's in the bottom left corner. Lord have mercy. Hold on.
I want to respond to AJ's comment
Mhm.
about the weaponization of our ferocity. That's where the power is. That's the power of our beauty.
Mhm.
Um, our beauty, Black beauty that's coming from the Black womb is ferocious. And it is what this modern society would call ugly. But they are only doing that to try to minimize, to keep us from activating the power of our beauty. Because when you see something beautiful, you are automatically disarmed. You know, you are automatically like, I'm going to adhere to whatever this beautiful thing is saying and doing, you know, if only for a moment. So if we are duped out of the ferocious side of our beauty, then we aren't accessing the full range of what it means to be beautiful as Black people.
Oh, I thought I was on mute still. I was trying to hurry up and get back. Absolutely. Nikki, see if you can leave out and come back in and if that makes a difference. Our beauty is our expression of self and power is unlike it's not human. It's superhuman. It is beyond. It is a force. It's like the wind, right? And its varying expressions. It can be a storm, it can blow you over, right? Completely knock you off your feet. I don't know if you've ever encountered a wind that strong, right? But um we're not these, and I'm not talking about this fake ass strength that we're constantly being told we have to endure other people's bullshit. No, I'm talking about the power that comes with standing up for, like Iamina says, standing up for what you believe in, standing up for what's right, standing up for what comes next. And what comes next is not a perpetuation of these systems, right? The purpose of these conversations is to quicken the spirit, right? To activate something in you to have an understanding that, all right, the next time I go look in the mirror, I'm going to see my grandmother's eyes and I'm going to smile at myself and be pleased with what I see when I smile, right? To say the next time, this person tries to cross my boundaries, I'm going to knock them right off their feet, right? And whether you do that by cursing them out, which is what I do, or you do it by blessing them with, a scripture or a kind word, you know, you bless them out by saying, you know what, you got it. God bless you. You be well. Go forth and prosper, right? That's just as effective sometimes, not for me, but just as effective sometimes as saying, F you, be I F you up right now. Let your power express itself in every form, in every way. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid to assert your boundaries and to make sure the people around you are not being violated as well, right? I want to talk about what we perceive as insecurity, right? And I'm going to tell you a story. First of all, the definition I have here for insecurity is discomfort at your own natural beauty because you don't know no better, right? You're uncomfortable with the natural way that you present because you don't know any better. We've all come up under these same systems. I watched in the 80s, it was Jim and Rainbow Bright. Those was the cute white girls, the younger little white girl and the older white girl who was a teenager and the little one. And this is what I grew up on, right? And I didn't look like them. My mother would put Afro puffs all over my head. You know, I was, we brown, kinky hair. I don't look like these little girls. This is not what I look like. And one of my major insecurities was my teeth into adulthood. These teeth are a gift I received from my great grandmother on my father's side, and my grandmother on my father's side, and my daddy, right? They all got these teeth. They either buck teeth, gaps all in them. It's something about these teeth that I couldn't wrap my head around loving my smile. When I was pregnant with my son, I sat in a mirror making faces, exposing my teeth as I felt in the moment, these grotesque teeth. I can't wait to get braces. I can't wait to fix this smile. It's something wrong with these teeth, because, everybody was getting braces and veneers and making them straight and taking the Africanness out of their teeth and making them look more like whoever, because Europeans definitely got gangly things going on. But my teeth were white and bright. Who's not on mute? White and bright and beautiful, right? But I couldn't see it. So I'm looking in the mirror and I start taking pictures with just doing this, stretching my lips up, looking at them, observing them. And I'm laughing at myself as time goes on because I'm like, this is ridiculous. Why am I making all these stupid faces? Let me just smile regular. So I started forcing myself to smile without covering my mouth. If anybody's known me long enough, I've always smiled or laughed covering my mouth because I didn't want anybody to see my teeth. And so I just sat there. It took maybe 2 hours of doing this exercise to really get comfortable with smiling without covering my face. It looked so forced and fake. And I would just do it. But even though it felt uncomfortable to not hide that part of myself. And I just kept doing it. And I have the pictures up on my other Facebook page, and I posted them to help me work through this fake ass insecurity, which was my discomfort at my natural beauty because I didn't know any better. Right? So I want to ask you, everybody here, how can we encourage others to shift our ideas around what makes us beautiful? How can we promote exercises like that one, where we confront face to face those things that make us insecure, so that we can almost manipulate ourselves into believing the truth that we are beautiful just as we show up?
So I had this running joke with one of my best friends, and we were kind of talking about this in a different context, but like I always tell people to get this invisible white man out of their head that's telling them whatever it is that whatever narrative they're painting about themselves that's not positive. I'm just like, nope, that's a white man in your head talking. Get him out. So that's like once I started doing that with like my friends, they immediately just go like, ill. I don't care what they have to say. And then, slowly but surely they shift their narrative. So that's what I personally do with my homegirls.
Yes, I literally say the same thing primarily to myself. Like, let me not be a white man to me. Um, but I was listening to an Eve elder talk about our traditions, and his life's mission is to educate Black people globally so that we can, be begin and continue to see ourselves and our tradition with our own eyes. And that's what, I echo and I encourage. When we are looking at ourselves, with the fine tooth comb and picking apart the things, and we're feeling like, ugh, and we're contorting and all that stuff and squinting, step back for a minute and ask yourself, whose eyes am I using to see myself? Because it's not me. When I'm sitting with me, my truest self, I'm very compassionate, I'm very understanding, I'm very loving, and I have um, a soft, understanding gaze of myself and who and where I come from. I'm not looking at it so harsh to the point where I need to judge and then fix something. I'm looking at myself, my reality, for what it is. And like the panelists, and the last panel, um, I I work my magic. I work my stuff to improve on the things that I want to improve, and it's not about fixing or or um yeah, making right, as the last panel was saying, but it's me improving myself. And so I think, just literally, like Addie was saying, take that white man out, because it's in there. We were all programmed. We've all been colonized, so we do ourselves a disservice to think that it's not a white man running rampant in our psyche, and in the everything that we do. Talk about psychological warfare. It's in there, and it's being re-established every day in everything that we do and consume. And so we have to be mindful every day to take ourselves, outside of that reality and see ourselves again with our own eyes. And if it's hard for you to see with your eyes right now, use your grandmother's eyes. She wouldn't look at you and say that, oh my God, that's so hideous. Oh my God, that's ugly. I hate the way your body does that. Your grandmother, your righteous ancestral mother, she wouldn't gaze upon you in that way. So use her eyes until you can, have a softer gaze upon yourself with your own.
I actually have I'm glad that you brought that up. I actually have like a story time when I was really little. I would get picked on at school, and the way that I would get picked on is there's this guy that I had a crush on, and so he had a crush on me, and then his cousin ended up he was bullying me, so I cut his hand on accident, right? Because we were playing with glass. Like we had no business playing with glass at all. But I ended up cutting his friend's hand out of self-defense. And because the guy that had a crush on me was afraid of me, what he would do is he would compare himself to my best friend, who was a white girl at the time. Mind you, I'm in second grade. So I just come home crying one day and I tell my grandmother, I don't want to be black anymore. I want to be pretty like the white girls. And then she like literally stopped me dead in my tracks. And then she took me in front of a mirror and then she was like, God made you look like this for a reason. Don't you ever say you want to look like them. When you grow older, you're going to regret even saying that. And I don't want you to feel bad for saying it because, you know, it's not your fault you're being bullied. But don't allow anyone to make you feel like you're not beautiful just because they're afraid of you. Because she asked me for context. She was like, who is this person? Who's this person that keeps comparing you to them? And I gave her like a little bit of context. And then she's like, you know, he's doing this to make you feel insecure, right? And, you know, I was only 7. I didn't really compute as like why he would do that. Like it never really, I never really understood it, you know. It was really new to me. So it really just like brought up a memory for me how like insecurity is something that, you know, is learned. And a lot of times that insecurity is us just constantly getting messages like, oh, well, you have to align yourself closest to what a white man would want you to be. And no. So
Go ahead, Nikki.
Hey everyone. I was having some technical difficulties, but I'm good now. I'm good. And it's funny because it's so funny that you brought up your grandmother. And Mina, it's so funny that you were bringing up like what kind of media you're ingesting, because that's what I have in my notes here. So one thing that I want to say is like my grandmother was so essential to my self-image and my self-beauty and everything growing up. And we did not look alike, which was, you know, like I was considerably darker. We had different features. We just didn't look like each other. But my grandmother was very adamant about like on a consistent basis being like, your skin is dark because in Africa we was in the sun. Like she was like very scientific to the point about it, being like, you look like this because of where we come from, and we came from these places. Your hair is like this to protect you from like your nose, like everything about you is made from the place that you come from. You're not from this place, so you don't look like these people, and that's okay. And I remember being like, you know, it's the 90s. To be dark skinned is like the worst crime that you could ever commit as a girl, to be a dark skinned girl, to have kinky hair, to have full lips, to look unambiguously black. It was like a personal affront to people in some spaces, because I know a lot of us came up in a very Pan-Africanist space. Like my mom was part of those groups as well. So it was very stark to have these like super pro-black ideals of beauty with kente cloth and all that against what very 90s, you know, light skin, light bright, and it's like to have that butt up against each other so crazy, and to grow up as a kid in that before social media, before the internet, you still were you seen the indoctrination. And I knew that like my grandmother telling me those very critical facts about us, where we came from, truly what black people look like across the diaspora, you know, all of that stuff, that little bit of history was priceless. It was everything that I needed to walk out of our house every day and feel good about who I was, even though I was constantly being told that I was unattractive. I was constantly being told I wasn't beautiful. I was constantly being, you know, made fun of for being dark. And then realizing as an adult that my family didn't put that on me. You know, that was not something that I walked out of my house with. That was something that I had to confront outside of my house. And it was very interesting to watch my grandmother come up with these strategies when she didn't look like me at all, you know. And it's like she didn't have to think about those things. She could have just been like, oh no, they just talking. But she knew what it was. Like she knew it was like, it's because she's dark that they're going to treat her like this. And she never treated me any other way. So like when I got older and had grown men making weird comments like, well, you're the darkest one in your family, you must have been treated X, Y, and Z. I was like, I don't know nothing about that, brother. Like my family treated me like I was a princess. I was the oldest grandchild and I was the only girl. I was by default the princess of the cousins because I was the oldest grandchild and the only girl. So it does not matter what I look like. I was a princess. Full stop. There wasn't no other girls with me. I had to just deal with the boys and their crazy stuff. But I got to be a girl with my mom and my aunts and my grandmother, and just being able to be a girl with them in those spaces, even very small, was very empowering. My cousins, my male cousins didn't have that. They didn't have that access. They didn't get to sit and listen to all of the insider stuff. They don't know all the intricate family business like I know it. I know it. The things that I know just from sitting and being with my grandmother and my aunts in those times of doing hair and doing nails and stuff on Saturday night, it was more than just, oh, I feel good about me. It's like, oh, I come from a family, and and those things were very fortifying. And so to even be able to send your children out in the world with something as simple as, you look like these people. These are the people that you look like. Maybe you don't look like me, but you look like these people. That is probably more powerful than anything that you're going to see on television. You can't put a program on that's going to replace that in the feeling of connectedness to who you come from, to your roots. And my father's Jamaican. And I remember in the 90s, he used to get compared to Shabba Ranks a lot. And I remember in my mind, I'm like, I know they're only saying that because they think Shabba Ranks is ugly, but my daddy fine. And Shabba Ranks is fine. So what are we, and I remember being 6 years old and having this very stark thing of being like, these people are saying that they're trying to say my father's unattractive, but I'm looking at him and I know he's not. And they're making all these jokes about Shabba Ranks, but Shabba Ranks is a superstar. Like what are we talking about? So it's like disconnected from this reality that's literally telling little girls straight to their face, you're ugly, and wanting you to be like, okay, and nah, like, no, I'm not ugly. And I'm not gonna let little girls around me feel, oh, you're ugly because you're Black. That's nuts. Like, I didn't go to school with white people until I was grown. And I didn't realize that was my mother's blessing and protection until I was grown. I don't know anything about white women intimately. I don't know nothing about them. Everybody I went to school with was Black and Puerto Rican. I did not know anything about white people like that, aside from they was in charge and sometimes they was kind of fucked up. I didn't know that I was supposed to be comparing myself to a white girl. I mean, I had my own issues with the Puerto Rican girls and their nonsense, but that's colorism. That's not the same thing as me dealing with racism, so it's like my mother let me deal with one ism at a time. I got to deal with colorism. At one point, she was like, they wanted me to go to some fancy Upper East Side private school. She said, hell no. Hell no. She said, my daughter cannot be the only Black kid in this school. I do not need her coming home with some complex. I don't care if the education is better. It can't be better. If my kid is gonna, it can't. That was my mom's literal thing. She said, it cannot be better if my child's gonna come home with a complex. It's not worth it. Go to public school. Went to public school. It was fine, But that was a conscious decision I'm realizing that she made to make sure that I was around Blackness and images of Blackness consistently for my entire career, like literally until I went to college. Then she was like, all right, you're an adult, you deal with it. But those formative years was so important to just only see Blackness and Black people and Black adjacent stuff, I don't know that there's anybody, I think that that's a privilege that some of us just don't have, so you got to send your kid to whatever school is there. You got to, you don't always have the privileges to curate your life in that way. But my mom, that was one of the things I will say that she did that really fortified me in the way I feel about myself.
All praises to your mothers. Yeah, it's nothing more powerful than knowing where you come from and the lineages that came before you. One thing that I tell to little girls under my care, I'm part of a homeschool collective, and it's mostly little girls. And I tell them that they look like the first mother of all humanity, right? The first mother who was a Black woman that looked like their mom and the moms before them. And she was the darkest, most beautiful little woman who became a fat woman. And so it don't matter what, the sizes that you come in and the shapes that you come in and the shades that you come in, you all reflect that first mother, right? And all her manifestations in life when she was a child, up until she was a mother, up until she was a crone, right? So it's important that we raise our girls, especially all our children, with knowing that they don't have to rely on other people's ideas of what is beautiful. Your mama is beautiful. and you look like her, and that's enough.
And that's enough.
Yeah.
Even what you have mentioned about your teeth, I know we all seen all of the stuff going on with the veneers or whatever. And like what you said, people are literally erasing their blackness in little things like your teeth. Like my mama has a gap. My version of beauty, a woman with a gap is beautiful because that's my and every woman in our family don't have a gap, only a few, so it's like my aunts got it, and it's like, oh, and then when I was upset. My mother was so mad with my mother was like, you have perfect teeth. I was like, I don't have a gap. And I was like so mad about that. And like, like I wanted to look like her, I wanted that. So like when I see people going under the knife and getting rid of their grandmother's nose and their father's cheekbones, and it's just like, oh my God, you only prolonging whatever issue you have because God forbid you have make a child that looks just like you with your old face. Now what? Child that came out looking like your grandmother. You didn't want to look like grandma. Now the baby's the grandma. Now what? Like it is. We like you say, you have to preserve those things, and for so long we didn't have documentation. We just had oral histories and maybe some drawings, but like now we have so many intricate photographs. Why wouldn't you want to be photographed in your natural glory for somebody 200, 300, 500 years later to be like, oh my gosh, look at her,
Yep.
It's like, when I see pictures of my ancestors, I'm always like, damn, that's a bad bitch, like
straight up,
like wow, like look what she got on. I'm looking at the picture, I'm like, oh, she got this pinky ring on, and look at her hair, and look at that little smile, and oh my God, and I'm just like so in awe of these women who look like themselves, and that was enough. And had everything that they wanted, within the constraints of whatever time they were in. If you think about your look is your charm. I don't know. It's like that's your magic right there. Like
your individual. That's right. That's your flavor.
That's you.
If nobody got it like you.
Nobody
got it like you. You come in a room. I'm telling you, everybody on this call right now, I've been observing y'all, right? Not in a weird way. I'm just a watcher, right? I've been watching y'all, and I'm watching how people are receiving the information, and I'm also peering at how beautiful every last one of you are. Everybody in here. And you all, I know that when you go back and look at pictures of the mothers and fathers that came before you, you're going to say, you know what? I would never call them ugly. Why don't I see it in me? Why don't I see their beauty in me when I look just like them? So please, I want to take this time now to open the floor for questions. Before I do that, I want all of my panelists to let people know how they can get in touch with you, because I know, Malaya, you have some classes coming up, some dope classes about the water and abundance and power. So please share that. And then I want everybody to just come on and just share, talk about, what it is that you want to break through so that you can recognize your beauty, which is, as Eolosha just said, it's your personal charm, right? Your look is your personal glamour charm, right? So I want you to say why you don't see it like that if you don't, and how you came to see it like that if you do. So we'll start with Iamina, and then Addie, and then Nikki.
So you all can find me on my website at baddestwitch.com. I am offering a class on the Mommies of the Wata. So we're talking about the Mami Wata pantheon, the new African Vodun perspective, revelations. And, for me, this is where beauty source from, the water. When you looking at water in the form that we can experience on earth, it is beautiful. It's sparkle. It's got its own filter. Every time you see it, it's like, wow, this thing is gorgeous. And so, we're talking about the origins of water in general, and then we're going into the different deities that dwell within the water realm. So I'm excited to go into that, and you all are welcome to join me. You can follow me on Instagram at HIM_Malaya MALAYA. And yeah, I hope to see you in class.
So you can, excuse me, mommy. So you can find me on Facebook at Addie Simone. I don't have a website just yet. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. I don't have a website just yet, but you can find me posting on TikTok. That's at Resting Hoe Face. I actually put all my information in the chat, so you guys can get it from there. So my Twitter is Resting Whole Face, TikTok is Resting Whole Face, my IG is Shoddy Adu. So if you need Shoddy Adu, but just replace it with Shoddy. And yeah, you can find me there. I do offer tarot readings at a pretty reasonable price. So if you guys are interested, as I said before, I don't have a website yet, but you can definitely DM me for a consultation.
Hey, you can find me on, I mean, my website is still up, but I haven't been updating anything for a while. I'm new year, new me, I guess. Soulthingsbotanica.com. And then you can find me on Instagram at soulthingsbk. You can find me on IG at X-Decadent, I believe. But I'm usually, I cross post things from Twitter to IG. And I still have, there's still old episodes of the podcast, the How to Be Magical podcast on all platforms, on Spotify, on Apple Music, on all those things. There are new episodes coming. I'm just really slow about everything right now. But yeah, there's definitely in the coming year, I'll be doing more private things. So like it'll be mostly behind a Patreon or something, password protected, because I believe we just got to start gatekeeping a little better for the coming seasons. I do not like people all in our business that ain't supposed to be there. So I'm very, very happy to be a part of a space like this and other spaces in the coming months where we could like talk amongst ourselves without feeling like, a bunch of people prying eyes and ears, because everybody likes to eat off of our ideas, but sometimes we just need to eat for our stuff. So
Absolutely. Marcelie asked in the chat, and I know Addie, this is your forte. Addie has done some glamour work for me, so I know she's legit. I know it works because I said, listen, I'm feeling very ho-hum, a little down in the dumps. Do what you be doing for me. Do what you be doing for you, do it for me. So if anybody between Nikki, Malaya, and Addie, if y'all have some rituals that you can share in this space for those of us who want to understand how we can enchant ourselves, or feel the enchantment within ourselves, so that in feeling it, you embody it, right? And when you can embody it, you can shine it out, right? So please share, any tips you have about enchanting your jewelry, or speaking a word on your clothes, washing with different herbs, or words over your wash, so on and so forth.
So, I like this question. So what I would suggest for okay, so I kind of break it up because I know that some of us are neurospicy and we don't necessarily have like the energy for actual rituals. For an actual ritual, I do, so my main thing is like candle work. So what I do for myself is I already okay, let me think. Sorry. Um, so what I do is I get a candle, any candle, it can be a tea light candle, whatever it is. It can be any color, just whatever your intention is for that. I believe that beauty doesn't have to be just red, pink, and white. It can be purple, it can be green, it can be blue, whatever it is that aligns to you. And then you want to get any perfume of your liking, get roses, get lavender, put it around the plate like in a circle, or you can freestyle it however you want to. But the step that I usually do is I usually have like a piece of paper and I write everything that I love about myself, even if it's not something that I truly believe just yet. I say I like the fact that I take the high road for the most part. I don't be taking the high road. I really don't. But if that's something that I want to work on, um, that's something that I like. For the neurospicy people, what I do that's worked well for me is mirror work and just listening to, you know, bad bitch music, whether it's like old school music that resonates with your spirit. Listen to music that makes you feel beautiful, and then visualize yourself as like your highest form. And then you'll start to notice that you kind of lean more into that. So you subconsciously end up shifting your entire like perception of beauty anyways, you know, because it's a mental thing more than it is like you really putting your hands and doing things. And then I also highly recommend utilizing honey, whether it's putting it in your food or you taking a teaspoon of it, or if you use it in your actual rituals as well, because honey acts as something that sticks to you. And Oshun is known for um she's known for sweetness and, you know, bees. That's what I was trying to say, bees. But what I do want to say is if you are going to be doing glamour magic, you want to add a layer of protection to that glamour magic, because the more beautiful you become, the more you become a target. So you can honestly include like a bay leaf in there, because bay leaf is really great for protection. Basil, there's plenty of herbs that I can list in a chat that is like dual purpose. So not only is it useful for love, it's useful for protection. A lot of people don't realize that rose is technically also a baneful herb as well, you know. So, you know, some suggestions.
I echo the mirror work. I'm very fond of turning on my favorite dance hall, soca song, music, and moving my body sensually in the mirror, getting into my body, which in our human form, that is where our beauty is sourcing from. It's not anything that we can put on. It's not anything that, you know, we can get outside of ourselves. So getting fully into my body and allowing myself to feel sensual and to feel beautiful, you know, and to be a witness to myself through the mirror is something that I do. Also, meditating on nature. Um, Again, thinking about the beauty of water, thinking about the beauty of the cosmos. This is where we come from. So, um, thinking like when you see pictures of a beautiful nebula or, just a galaxy cluster out in the universe, that's like the most beautiful thing to me, and that we're made in the image of that, so um, meditating, visualizing, different aspects of nature and feeling yourself being connected to sourcing from those things, it helps me. And again, I would echo adding the protection. For me, um, putting on makeup and jewelry and like my bad bitch attire, that is my protection. Because again, it disarms people, but it also allows me to see how motherfuckers move when I, put that shit on. Because people, they switch it up, they get different, and I can see you, I can see with my eyes how you're moving, how you're doing, and then I know how to, guard, protect, govern myself accordingly. So and when I'm putting on my makeup and I do my winged liner, I'm seeing my ancient grandmothers from the Nile Valley. I see my ancestry in my face, even when I'm putting my makeup of protection on. So all of it is centering my true beauty.
Um, okay, there's so many. So I definitely co-sign the mirror work and the little soca dance hall in there. I'm yes, I co-sign all of that. And I also co-sign like spiritual baths. I do a lot of spiritual baths. Like I definitely believe in like a good beauty bath. Like there's so many baths. Of course, you have your protection, your white, your cleansing, your crossing, but like uncrossing. But there's something, it feels different. Like the baths always feel different to me when I use things that are like for me, for that's not for any protection. When it's just for me. When it's for me, I use hibiscus and rose and cinnamon and honey and orange peels and, you know, all of these like lovely things. And then I'll just sit in it. And then I'll like have a little bit afterwards and I'll make it like a little splash and then I'll put on my clothes. And then the power of like scents to me is something that I lean on heavily, especially with my work. Like I can't wear my nice clothes at work. You know, I always make sure I wear my jewelry. Like I don't leave the house without my name ring and my gold and my earrings. Like that's like my personal. I realize if I don't have my earrings on, I'm like, I don't like it. Like I could have nothing else on but earrings and I'm fine. But the scent, you know, like I always live for that. Like, what is my signature scent? I've been playing around with them for the last couple of years, but I lean heavily on like fragrance oils, like nice concentrated oils, maybe a little spritz, but definitely a spiritual bath for like that purpose with the hibiscus and the cinnamon. Those two, I'm gonna put some ingredients in the chat too. But that hibiscus to me has always given me this like extra sexy. And yes, you do have to put some protection herbs in there as well because you said, Mina, you notice people like people perk up. You know, like even if you're not looking at them, even if they think that you're not paying attention to them, like they move different when you show up differently. So that's something that made me think like, you know, that there is a charm in this. There is a power in showing up, putting it on a little extra, you know. And I think that sometimes, especially as Black women, we get fed, you know, it's so much conflicting messaging about, oh, you don't do too much. But it's like, well, what the hell is too much? You know, when we start talking about what's too much, you know, like if I'm gonna put it on, I'm gonna put it on, right? So why is me putting this on and exalting myself? Why is that making you upset? Well, you need to check yourself on that. But like you need to deal with that. That sounds personal. Because I notice it like when I come to work, and sometimes I'm the only Black woman there. When I come to work and I look like I look and I'm smelling like I'm smelling, the people are like, it's a tizzy. But I noticed that before when I didn't do that, people treated me a lot differently and it wasn't positive. And I didn't like that. And it's not to say I come to work for people to be nice to me, but it's just like I noticed that when I'm showing up smelling good, looking good, feeling good, I get a different reception. And I like that. So yeah, hibiscus. Hibiscus and hyssop. Hibiscus and hyssop.
I was just about to say,
Lord, that hyssop is nice because she's not, you know, she's not overpowering. She's like unassuming. She's like, I'm holy. And it's like, yeah, girl, you gonna hold me down. Hold me down, hyssop. I love hyssop.
Somebody
I wasn't.
asked,
Oh.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna say that like when I started doing glamour work, I put in the chat like replying to Nina saying that glamour work is like essentially exorcism for the hating ass hoes. And I say that because like when I started doing it, I got the most visceral reactions from people, but I still wasn't directly hurt. Like, there's people, who treated me, of course I got the treatment that I wanted and that I intended on getting, but then you have other people who just end up exposing yourself. So glamour work is also, not only is it like a protection like spell, it's also a truth telling spell. It's also pulling out how people really feel about you. Um, you know, so I agree.
People think that a beautiful person, especially a beautiful woman, is weak and, again, passive and like I can get over and off on this person. And I'm going to let you try it. Absolutely. Go for it, babe. Let's see how that plays out.
Absolutely, because so in sidereal astrology, I'm a Libra moon. Libra's wound is actually coercion, like people trying to make us do things that we haven't consented to. And Libra is like that sign that represents beauty, but Libra also represents karmic justice, right? So like where was I going with this? Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so I agree when you say that people perceive like beautiful people, especially women, as weak because just based off of astrology, Venus is, a planet of acceptance, of wanting to be kumbaya with everyone, but people don't realize that Venus also has another side of it, which is war. And also, no goddess, like every goddess that is the goddess of love and beauty, you notice that they're also the goddess of war. You have to have both because people are going to try you. It's just inevitable.
That's a fact. It was another question in the chat. But one of the things that I do to remind myself that I am as beautiful as I am, something new I got into was fragrances. Scents like perfume. And I have different, I call their flavors. I have different flavors for different days, different occasions. If I'm going out around people and I want to be not necessarily perceived, but if you do perceive me, I want you to remember this. I might wear a vanilla scent, or an oud. I have one in my bag. One of these bags. Maybe I'll show it tomorrow, but it's called Dikram Oud, and it comes in a pink bottle with a silver top. Dirkam, that's the name of it. Dirkam, Dirkam. And I brought that one with me. But if I want to walk by, and if you remember me, I want you to remember that smell. That's how I want you to associate a certain scent with me. Yeah, it's so pretty. It's such a spicy, heady scent. Like it makes you feel high almost. Or I'll do my makeup very muted, like it is now, with just a gloss, right? Little no contour, a little bit of concealer because I have the dark circles like my mom does. And just a gloss, and I'll put a scarf on my head, and I might have on a sweatsuit. I might have on a windbreaker suit. I'm not even wearing nothing. I'm not doing it. I'm not pushing the girls up and popping my butt cheeks out or none of that, but I'm coming forth authentically, and I have my protection on. I have my armor on. All the things that make me feel beautiful, the extras that I add, that's my armor. This necklace with the key, that's my armor. This one with the diamond, that's my armor. These rings, these silver rings with these stones in it, this is all armor. You can't get to me because you thinking about this. Your energy is coming here. Whatever you coming at me with is getting absorbed into here. So your beauty is your protection. It's your rage. It is your protection. It is your power, right? So we have to accept ourselves and see ourselves in those ways so that we can break out of thinking that beauty has a certain gesture to it, a certain way to it, right? So if anybody has any questions, you can unmute yourselves and ask. You can unmute yourselves and speak. I appreciate you putting the playlist in here. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna make sure I gather these up, and they going out in the next newsletter.
I have a question. Hey y'all, I'm Ocean.
Hey, Ocean.
I'm so sorry. Let me show my face, fam. So I was wondering, so my mother died when I was 2 days old. All of my mothers were dead before I was born. It is a very important part of my life journey. Not many people have that experience of not being mothered at all. So it's just like for me, and like the people in my family that did help raise me were extremely abusive. And I was actually like sexually assaulted, abused, and like all the things that a brown, dark skinned girl just minimize the race and stuff like that. And it's just like, so I've had beef with the concept of beauty for a really long time because I was like, oh, if it's just gonna get me hurt out here, like, what am I doing? And so I think I just wanted to ask, like, I've been on a healing journey for a very long time. I feel like I will be on this healing journey until I am dead. But I am wondering, like, besides the spiritual, like, baths and like the glamour work and stuff like that, like, these mother wounds that exist for me are also tied to my concepts of beauty. And so I kind of just want to ask for people that have like the complicated relationships with these spiritualities in general, like, or just like like praying to my ancestors is just hard as hell sometimes because I'm like the ones I know about are not that fun. So like it's just like this energy of just being like, damn, am I powerful if like my people kind of discombobulated, fam? Like so I always think about these things a lot. I'm a little insecure about it, but I know I'm very spiritually inclined. I'm a medium, all types of things, but I just wanted to ask like specifically like for people that are having like deep challenges. So it's not just, oh, I don't feel pretty. It's like I have been severely harmed because I am pretty. Like people have done like really terrible things. I've lost my self concept, bringing it back. But like I have my self concept now. But like I just wanted to ask, um, how do people like how can people help navigate that? And sorry,
I want to
overshare.
say something. I hear you. I feel you. I feel you and I hear you. You were not harmed because you're pretty. Okay? You were not harmed because you're beautiful. You were harmed because a motherfucker is an abuser. It wasn't true. It was all them. We're all pretty and we're all beautiful and we have all been harmed, no matter what we look like, no matter how we present. And most of us have been harmed by an abuser. And it's not because we're beautiful. It is because people are sick. Okay? You are beautiful and that's it. Okay? Your body, you have the body of a goddess, the body of the primal. No, literally, go look at the images, the sculptures that humans, men, women, and children used to make of the goddess. She looked like us. She had a gut like this.
I got my tummy, baby.
Okay? She had thighs like mine. Her butt might have been flat like mine too. Right? Maybe she had a fat ass. I don't know. She looked like me though. She looked just like me with these big titties and this gut and these big thighs and these full cheeks because her babies needed to be held. Right? She needed to support the beings who were under her care. Right? And you could do that when you're small, but you're not small and I'm not small. That doesn't take away from our sexiness and our flyness and how beautiful we are.
Ooh,
You are,
speaking.
like Addie just said, you are the standard of beauty. Okay? I am so sorry that you experienced such tremendous loss at such a young age.
Thank you. Thank you, y'all.
And you have the power in you to recover. You have the power in you to affirm that you are still and always will be and always was divine, divinely protected, divinely provided for. Look at that cat loving up on you.
This is
we have love coming.
This is Prosperity, y'all. She says hi.
She's so sweet. We have love coming at us from so many different directions, right? From the people around us, from within ourselves, from the entities that protect us and the energies that guide us. Go back further. Your immediate closest ancestors, if they ain't so fun, if they're not the ones who you feel around you, go back further. Go back, call back to the first mother of your bloodline, the first being of your bloodline. We're not descended from just humans, right? We have rock ancestors. The ancestors, the rocks who vibrated, right? And called those fish out the ocean and said, listen, y'all got to do something new. Try it out, right? Some of them fish died in the process. Some of them said, I'm going to breathe this air. Right? We got to be like them fish that came up out that water and start breathing some new air, right? We got to start breathing some fresh air and believe in some new things about what we're capable of and what we're made of and who we are, right? So I ain't going to take it because I'll talk forever. Somebody else pop in. Whoever want to talk.
I want to say something too. To that is that if you can't get to your ancestors, start with yourself. Start with you. Start with worshiping you, being with you. Because if you don't have to go be like you, like, first of all, none of us are individuals. We are ourselves, and we're breath, and we're bone, and we're blood, and we are the stars, and we are the water, and we are the sun, and we are the foods that we eat, and we are the music that we dance to, and we are all of those things. So if you can't get, if your ancestors and your ancestry is something that troubles you and you can't get to right now spiritually, you know, start with yourself. Start with loving on yourself and know that as you do that, in whatever ways that you do that, that you are venerating them, that you are venerating the ones who are, beloved, who are benevolent to you. So start with that, and then, see what else you can do. Talk to the trees. The trees is always going to tell you something good. Talk to the water. The water is always going to tell you something good. Talk, like Reese says, talk to the stones. Stones are always going to tell you something good about you. Get reflections from the beings that do cherish you, even if that's not a human even if that's not a human. Get reflections from the trees, get reflections from the water, get reflections from the earth, because you are loved.
Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Like, I'm trying not to cry and shit.
Girl,
Let it
I'm
out,
crying.
baby.
It's
Let
too
it out.
late. It's too late because we crying.
Let it out.
I just started crying when Joy started talking because I'm like, this is so beautiful. But Ocean, I really, when you said your mom transitioned 2 days after you was born, I don't know, something in me just heard like that was somebody that it was like, I have to get this person to earth. I have to get this soul to the finish line. Like the fact, like it is sad and traumatizing to be experiencing a loss that great so young, but to think like your mother literally survived so that way she could have you. Like that was the last thing that she was allowed to do. And that is so powerful when you think about how many forces are against us when we are trying to be born into this world. Like in the minute of conception, from that moment, your mother's body is fighting off everything to keep you alive. And like ancestrally, the spirits are fighting to keep you, because the same way that we have spirits that want us to be here, we have things that don't want us to be here. So like that opposition, but for that door to be closed just 2 days after you were born, it's like you were made to be here and to come through that woman, through that portal at that time. Like you are here in your appointed time. And it is hard. When I started my ancestral practice, I did know a lot about my family, but there was so much that I learned along the way. And I feel like, you say you're a medium, that being a medium, it is a lot, because you're walking with the feelings and the memories, and you're feeling all of the experiences of these people around you. And sometimes if you don't have that guidance, or if you don't have those outlets, or don't have those systems in place, it can feel very overwhelming. It can feel very isolating. You can feel, why did y'all just leave me here? Y'all just left me here. Y'all just dropped me off, and ain't nobody give me no instruction. Anybody tell me what to do? Y'all just left me here. And it can feel upsetting. It could be upsetting. But then I'm telling you that I believe in the power of the white table. I believe in the power of my Bovida and my altar. I believe that when I sit down at that table with that candle and them waters, and I start to cry and sing and ring my bells, I can feel it. I can feel the bridge being gapped. I can feel those people coming and being like, oh yes, the child is here. She knows what's going on. And there's times when you don't have your table. You just have you. So like what Joy is saying, you are that altar. You are that light. You go out, you make sure that you feeling good, that you're feeling clear, that you're meditating for the day, and so that way you can receive those things, because your mother never left you. She might have left you physically for whatever reason, but she never left you. And she didn't have enough time. I mean, you was 2 days old. She couldn't tell you everything, so it's gonna be things that you're gonna get those messages from her and from those other people in your line. They're gonna come, you're gonna be like, where's all this coming from? Where are these emotions coming from? Sometimes we'll have memories of our mothers, that things that we did not experience personally, but we just feel it so deeply in our bones and in our spirit that we're just like, oh my God, like this didn't happen to me, but I feel like it did. Like, why do I feel so upset by this thing? Why do I feel so moved by this thing? Is that those are the ways our ancestors be like letting us know, like, no, I'm still here. But sometimes those feelings are overwhelming if we don't have physical people in the physical space to guide us with those things. But there's nothing more powerful than sitting down with a cup of water and a candle. There's nothing more powerful than that. And if you ever feel like you want to talk to your mom, you know that you can do that. You know you can do that. And the thing is, because she passed before you were old enough to fully know who she was as a person, there might be things that she has been already trying to tell you that you just didn't know that was her. because you didn't know the sound of her voice, or you didn't know what she's like. There's certain things. Like, I'm grateful to know the sound of my grandmother's voice. So when I hear it in the middle of the night calling to me, I'm not scared. I hear somebody say, Nick, I'm not like, oh my God, what the hell is that? No, I'm like, oh, that's my Nana. I know who that is. But if I didn't know the sound of her voice, that would be scary to me. You know, so it is, Ocean, I think that you are, and even tonight, you're in the right place at the right time. You have so much support around you. And we, you know, don't feel like you don't have something. I think that that's something that my ancestors taught me as well, because I did have a moment where I was just like, I don't have anything. I don't know this. I don't know that. And they came very quickly like, child, don't talk like that. You have something. You always have something. If you just have you, because you are something. And you are something that's, you know, to be had. Like, that's really what it is. It's like, if you don't have nothing else, you have yourself. And you, like Joy said, we are comprised of so many things that is more than just human, that's more than just physical things. We're comprised of all of the things that make us who we are, which are all of those people, which can be very overwhelming to our human minds. But in real talk, that's who we are. So Ocean, you good.
Thank you, y'all. I just want to like literally just tell y'all how aligned y'all are with like the messages I've been getting from spirit. Thankfully, on medium, people talk to me in my voice, so they actually don't talk to me in their voices, so I don't be scared. Thankfully, but like the fact that y'all were just like, "It's you." Y'all are saying the same thing that Orisha say to me. Like the Orisha be like, "Baby." Girl, like you feel like an ugly duckling, but you're a swan. And they're like, what's happening? And I'm like, I don't know. You know, so it's just been like, I've been on my own for a very long time. My birth, like, I was actually named after my mother. My mother's name is Rebecca. And so, like, I gave myself a nickname Ocean just so I had my own name because I'm named after two mothers. So Rebecca Ruby, Anuru. And so it's just like, thank you. I thank my mothers every day. I make sure they hold names is on my degrees. I make sure like I'm uplifting them all the time. Like you know, like I used to grow up in a family that told me that nobody had to fucking take care of me because my mother was dead, and I was just like, you know what? I'm somebody because I already knew my mama told me I was somebody. It's not even about this shit, you know. So I just be navigating a lot of like really terrible fucking dynamics with my living family and still being like the hood stole so many of my niggas right before I was born. And so I was born into so much grief. And like, I have so many new nieces and nephews. And like, I'm trying to be like the soft spot for them to lay in because I know the rest of the family fucking
You
wild.
are the soft spot for them to lay in. You are that for them. You don't ever have to worry about it. You just keep being you. We see you right now. We see you, and we see the generous spirit and the loving energy that you have, that you got from your mother, the beauty that you got from her inside and out. You are all of that. You are all the best parts of your ancestors. None of that ugly stuff that touched you, right? That was around you, that tried to give you something that wasn't yours. That's not what you are. You're the best of them. Okay.
Ocean, let me give you one more thing. I'm sorry. Reese.
Go ahead, Gerard. You know how you gotta do me.
Taking it on.
It's two things. One, modern psychology, they talk about internal family systems,
Yeah.
but you got it like mother yourself. That little part of you, that kid that grew up, where's my mom? That was like, who's gonna hold me down? Be that for you back then. Whatever the thing, whatever the words that you feel like you didn't get, give them to yourself now. Whatever toys like you were denied, but if you can afford them shits, buy them for yourself now. Treat the little kid in you as well as you can. You talk about being that soft space, be that soft spot for your little self. Everything that you were denied, I don't know, like throwback in Good Times. That episode where James gave Florida the tin whistle for her birthday. Give yourself whatever equates to your tin whistle. So that you can treat that deepness in yourself. You mother yourself, and being a medium, you have that the ability to be like, hey, Ma, tell me what you would have done. And then bridge that gap between what you know you needed and what she tells you she would have done in her place. Do that for yourself now, and do that for the children around you. The second thing is, I always tell people, you can call your common ancestors on the niggas you know. So if you have a problem with the living people that are in your bloodline, y'all have a common grandmother, a common great-great-great-grandfather. And there's somebody back there, like Joy said, it's not, and I tell people, not everybody back in your lineage was ain't shit.
Yeah.
You had some not ain't shit people in your bloodline. So I don't know how far you got to go back to, and you might go into, others have said it, the like unnamed, unknown people. Like, I don't know who y'all are. I know some of y'all was about it. So somebody help me and come collect these niggas. Get these folks together. Because I can't do it. I'm too young. I'm too inexperienced. Come get your kids.
Listen,
Literally,
I've had your moments like that.
come get your kids.
Yes.
That's what I have for you. Treat yourself, mother yourself, and when you need reinforcements, call on y'all's common ancestors.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a visualization. I have a class going on right now that's about to come to a close called Bloom.
Mm-hmm.
And we do several visualizations throughout the weeks. I want to do one with y'all right now if we got time, because the next panel don't start for another several minutes, so we could just kind of shoot the breeze until then. Hoodoo related, of course, but I want you to close your eyes for me, okay? And I want y'all to participate in this visualization. So take a deep breath all the way down into your diaphragm, all the way down into your feet. Take your breath as far as it can go into your bloodstream and exhale. I want you to see yourself in a clearing of trees. The sunlight is filtering through the branches into those beams that break up, and they're all shining down on you. You see yourself standing there in the middle of this clearing of trees in the most beautiful gown or clothing that you've ever worn, in your favorite color and your favorite material. And you can feel the material when you rub your arms and you rub your body. And there's a gentle breeze coming in and it's cooling you off. And you feel so vibrant and beautiful and opulent. I want you to fully embody this feeling of openness and oneness with these trees and this sunlight and this dirt. And what do you hear? You might hear some birds. You might hear some rustling off in the distance. And that rustling is getting a little bit louder. And coming forth is you at 4 years old. Do you see yourself coming into the clearing with you? When you see the little you come into the clearing with you, pick them up and hold them against your body. Pat their back. Pat their back. Rub their back. Rub that baby's back. Pat her head. Massage her scalp. You talk to her. You tell her out loud. You say, I got us now. I got us now. Whatever they did to you, I'm going to make it right. Because we are here now and I got you now. I got you now, baby. Talk to her or him or them. Ask them what they want. What is it that they want most right now? What is it that they need to remember that you are the one who has them now? They want to go climb a tree. They want to go run down a hill. They want to run up a hill. They want to throw rocks in the water, flat ones, and try to make them skip. They want to look at the world with wonder and curiosity, not weighed down with the ugly that somebody tried to give them. So let them know, I got you now. And we are here now, and we made it this far, and I thank you. Thank her. Thank you. You endured. We endured, and we are here now. Thank those ancestors and spirits who walked with you in the midst. Thank you now for being in this space now to receive and to express. All right. Come on back, because we are here now. Be here now. All right. Who hungry? Y'all want to go get some food or something? Somebody want to grab a drink? It is New Year's Eve. Thank you, Lyric. Lyric is in my balloon class. You missed that day, girl. Y'all welcome. Yeah, Opa say you are who your little self needed. Absolutely. We are here now, and we are the energy that our little selves needed. As blunt and thorough as I am with my explanations with my children, that's what I felt like I needed as a child. I needed somebody to explain it to me in plain language, like I wasn't unable to comprehend things. Right? Thank you. And yes, I made mojitos tonight, but now I need some food. Yes. Take a pause. Thank you, Iamina. Everybody go grab some food, grab a drink, get comfortable. We got 30 minutes before the next panel. I really wanted to take my time with this panel because I know how strong insecurity can be for us, and not feeling like we honestly not honoring our beauty or recognizing our beauty or being aware of it, it will give you some off results in your work. And we shouldn't be powered necessarily by how we look or how we appear. But beauty is so much more than that, right? It's the feeling of oneness and alignment with yourself, all yourselves, right? It's about talking to that part of us that's giving us that constant nagging word that, like Mama Joy said, is something wrong with us. That is something wrong with the way we present and wrong with the way we come through. And really, we're perfect just as we are. Your perfection isn't showing up, right? It's in showing up for yourself first and then being present for those in your care. And we're all in each other's care, right? We all have to hold each other accountable and hold ourselves accountable and hold ourselves in love and grace. Y'all, I'm so hyped for the next panel though. I really want to start it earlier, but Sam is not here yet. Y'all want to hear some stories? I'm gonna have to turn off the recorder if I'm gonna tell y'all some stories.
I
About
wanted
my
to.
Look
Oh,
at
I'm
you.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Say what you gonna say, boo.
Oh, I was gonna say that I couldn't get through like the guided meditation because literally baby version of me visited me in my dreams a couple of nights ago. So I just got really like emotional because I was up front and I was like watching her. I thought it was my daughter, and then I turned and then it was me. And that's like, what does that mean? So then, like when you said 4-year-old, that's all I wanted to share.
I thank you for sharing. That is a powerful visualization. I got a few that done made me break down in the middle of giving them to the class. You know, visualizations, imagination is one of the ways that I activate my own magic. You know, my Venus is in Taurus. My sun is in Taurus, and Venus is all about that imagining and visualizing a new reality or a reality for yourself that you want to see. So if any of you have any major planets, Mercury and or Venus in Mercury in Taurus or any of the Venus ruled signs, which I think is Taurus. What else? That's it, right? No.
Taurus, Libra, and then Pisces, because
Taurus,
Pisces
Libra, and
extends to
Pisces.
Mhm.
I don't have anything in Libra and Pisces, but I got a couple of things in Taurus, and that's why I act the way that I do. The next panel is about, hold on, I want to make sure I offer the title correctly because the titles are really important to the content. Okay. And this is the last panel of the evening. The body remembers. Okay. Ancestral sexual trauma and the power of consent. Before I jump in that, Toya said, I'm a Taurus moon and rising. Venus is my entire life. You feel me? That's why you dance the way you do. That's that Venus coming through. It's sex is the sexual energy is the force of creation, right? Not just creating people, right? But the universe has orgasms in order to give birth to stars. Okay? There is a contraction and release happening, right? Yeah, there's a contraction and release happening in the universe constantly. The universe is constantly fucking, constantly making love. The ocean is constantly orgasmic, just orgasms all over the place. And it's free. It's free and it's open and it's abundant. Pleasure abounds in the universe, right? And for a long time, we were cut off from access to that pleasure, right? Cut off from access to the fullness of it. So much so that even when we could be free, we put the shackles on ourselves and say, I'm not doing all of that. I ain't gonna do that. That's too much. Any act of creation is a sexual orgasmic act. That's the truth. I have projects that I refuse to finish because I'm scared of how hard I'm gonna nut when I'm done. No, for real. I have a jacket that I've been working.
That sounds like a good problem to have.
It is, and it's also annoying because I need to go ahead and just let it be. I gotta let it flow. And the fear is of course for most of us, like most of us, is due to conditioning. Fashayo said, never fear a nut. That's the last thing you want to be afraid of, but so many of us are afraid to release, right? We're so afraid to release.
Edging, though. I greatly believe in edging.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. I think that's the buildup is powerful. It's we're gonna get into it.
I do believe in a good edge session.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going back out.
No, really. I think getting into this conversation is gonna be very beneficial for a lot of us, because if you're anything like me, you have denied yourself access to the fullness of your pleasure because of your conditioning. I don't do it as much anymore. And I know that with more freedom comes more of my I guess accessing or actualizing my power. So this next panel is really going to be an encouragement for us to stop being afraid. There is nothing to fear here, right? Abraham is dead. Okay? Abraham is dead. Massa is gone. There are no masters here except for you. There is no sin that's going to send you to hell, right? We already in hell. How do we create heaven here where we are right now? And we don't create it by being afraid to express, being afraid to experience, right? Our ancestors already paid the cost, a cost that wasn't even theirs to pay, right? They endured suppression, repression, oppression, so that we could say, we done with it. We're done with it, and we just gonna be. And not only are we gonna be, we're gonna allow others to be without gazing at them through the lens, without that glaze, like we talked about at the beginning, without that film over our irises, right? Pleasure all 24, exactly. Orgasms every day, every day. And he wasn't our father anyway. No, he was not. Not even gonna walk right after a couple of these. No, you want to be bedbound. By the end of the conversation, I want everybody to say, you know what? I think I'm gonna go. Tiffany cracking up. If you have any isms and schisms about sex and sexuality, I hope that this challenges you. I'd also like to offer a trigger warning, okay? We're going to be talking about non-consensual sex. We're going to be talking about consensual, non-consensual sex. We're going to be talking about rape. Okay, we're going to be talking about different topics in the sex, sexuality, within that topic. And I hope that everyone can stick around and hang out, participate. Ifashayo and Toya, yeah, Opa. And we're gonna wait for Sam before we get started, but can the two of you come through, unmute yourselves and take off your invisibility cloak for me so we can see your beautiful face? I know you gotta leave soon, so I want to make sure you get to say what it is that you want to say during this time.
Look at my Fashayo. Hey, I love you. Okay, right. Mwah. She's the best.
Yes, she is.
Had fun, but I'm gonna let her tell her own story.
Oh, you talking about Toya?
Yeah.
I'll write a book one day. It's gonna take way too long to tell all my story.
Ooh, Chad. It's delicious though.
It is delicious. And I will change names to protect the guilty.
No, that's right.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Nothing. We can see.
Okay.
Reach,
I'm not going first.
Did you want us to say something, or you just wanted us to come off mute so you could see us?
Both.
Okay.
Say something. Introduce yourselves.
Okay.
Talk about your how long you've been studying and engaging in BDSM and how it relates to conjure. Because I know people were confused, like, what does it have anything to do with root work and hoodoo and conjure? And I'm like, everything. So please, from your perspective.
But Shael, you want to go or?
I can, just to make sure I can, because
Go
I'm
for it.
probably be at work on these people time. I'm gonna try to anyway. So my name is Ifashayo Egunjobi. Also Marinike, because it means that you found it translates to I found one to indulge, I found one to spoil. So we love that. Um I am in a transition right now as to what I'm doing business wise, but what I'm known for is bone divination and a self-hood class that I've been teaching for like a decade. From that self-hood class, I ended up exploring sexuality because it's part of the self, and also because my marriage was jacked, and so I had to figure out how to navigate sexuality. Well, what I was trying to do was kind of reclaim my own orgasms, my power, my own orgasms without cheating. So that's how I kind of originally got into kink. And the first thing that I actually experienced was shibari, which is the art of rope tying. And I didn't even know it was connected to kink at the time. I saw Daisy October in a rope corset, and I fell in love because I love courses. So I got into it that way, and I was a part of a demo, and then one year I had a BDSM birthday party, and that's when I started to see what my kinks were. And I found through that, because I'm always looking for the thing that's under the thing, like the reason for this or what other part something can play in your life. And so it was healing in that it was real freeing, because I grew up in church and I was a whole minister and everything. I was a prophetess, if you will, in the church. So, I had a lot of hangups that were taught, to me growing up and stuff like that. So this gave me the freedom. And then through the kinks that I experienced, I found that most of the kinks that I have, I can relate back to um blockages or even traumas that I've experienced. So and at some point, if I'm not here, Toya's very capable of explaining anything y'all might have questions about. But one of my biggest ones is actually masochism. And I know with Black folks, it can be like um a rough thing to kind of discuss, because it's like, oh wait, you want somebody to inflict pain as pleasure? That's weird. But I got a lot of whoopings growing up because I was that kid. And one of the things that I've done, maybe last year, I think, or something like that, I actually had the dom that I had at the time reenact a really, I feel like, abusive whooping that my dad gave me. Because I ended up bruised and, kind of broken in an internal way. And being able to reenact that with control gave me back my power, and to have it done under the hands of somebody who was actually caring for me in that moment gave me power back that I wasn't able to access. And it also, me and another good sister of mine call it emotional constipation. And it kind of unlocked that, because what I told him was I need to be able to pull these feelings up and deal with them. And I'm the queen of compartmentalization. So I had it locked away, lock and key in a dusty corner, and I couldn't access it. And so I was able to reenact it and use the pain to bring it up. And I found that most people, not everybody, but I say a lot of people, are able to access things that have been traumatic, but having victory over those things. So one of the things that she mentioned that I will not go deeply into, but CNC can also be one of those things that can help you reenact traumas, but you get to create scenes where they come out in a predictable way, which gives you the safety. Also, now I can officially identify as a switch. Toya called it originally, but I can officially identify as a switch. So I started out as a sub. as an experiment, because my dad also held submission what he called submission, but was really oppression over my head. Also, shout out to the Elosha because she was the first one that really taught me about, you know, submission, oppression, like stuff like that. So I started out as a sub as an experiment to see what it felt like to give power willingly, but have it respected and have it be seen as, I say, a gift, something to be revered, something to be appreciated, rather than what I was taught basically is you submit to anybody with a penis. And so then I went through that. It was lovely. He was a really good dom. And but I did break it off because it wasn't fulfilling me the way I needed it to. And then so eventually I ended up with a sub. And the sub is a man. Well, he is a man, but he got dismissed because he wasn't doing what he needed to do. And I'm not that kind of dom that I'm gonna put up with any manner of foolishness. So he did get dismissed, but I did get a taste of that that power. And I got to learn that a lot of the ways I take care of my students was the same way that I took care of him. And it healed me in the way that I have a lot of traumas from men. And so to be able to take care of a man as his dom really was a beautiful experience for me. And I didn't get hurt. That's not why I dismissed him. I dismissed him because he was disobedient and I don't do disobedience. So I don't, you know, I'm not a brat tamer. I'm nurturing. But you're gonna do what I ask you to do. And I'm not asking. So you came into this agreement, you know, that kind of thing. So I can officially identify as a switch. I find it is easy for me to move in and out of that energy really easily. And it's just been a real healing, very rewarding journey. And I also have played with, this is not something I suggest, by the way. Let me say that first. I do have a lot of tricks to energy. So there are some things that I navigate a little differently and a little edgy, but there was like a fake dom, and you have to be careful of those. Okay. So there was a fake dom that I needed to get my subby energy out, and I knew he wasn't shit, but I was like, well, if we're going to play pretend, let's play pretend. So, I was able to navigate that and even still learn while I was in the process. But I also, you know, have studied quite a bit. This is not something that you just jump out and do. You don't just, it's not willy-nilly. This is not, you're with a lover, whoever, and y'all get into choking. A lot of this stuff can be really dangerous and we just don't know it because Black folks don't tend to want to identify with kink, but we want to do kinky shit. And then that's how you end up, your family done found your body, you know, with you wrapped up, tied up, tangled up, and it's not Jesus. And, you know, you could have just learned the rules. You know, you could have learned the safety protocols. You could have learned anatomy. Tying with ropes is certain body parts that you don't tie. Now, again, I will break a rule, but you don't do that until you know your body, you know yourself, you know how these ropes work, you know how, you know, those kind of things. So, the biggest thing, just in case I don't get to jump back in here, is safety. Safety above all else. One of the biggest rules that we have in kink is you protect the property. That's at all costs. If you don't have a dom, then you protect yourself. You look out for yourself. When you have a dom, it still is not off the table for you to still speak up for yourself. You don't ever let anybody take your voice, you know, and it doesn't matter what the circumstance is. Because there's been a few sisters that have gotten into some kinky situations and told me about it, and they were great. They turned out great. I was happy for them. But learning what I've learned and having, I'm not gonna call the person out as a mentor. I will let them do that if they want to. But, you know, having someone who is extremely knowledgeable around you that does not want to fuck you, you know, or at least has the boundary of not fucking you, those are your mentors. Because that's one of the tricks that's out here too, and it tends to be men, you know, where it's like,
It's
well,
men.
I can mentor you, I can train you, you know, whatever. But if they want to fuck you, they're not, that's a setup. You getting sucked into something that can be extremely dangerous. So even the sister with the fake dime, I let her test out her training wheels with that. But I was there the whole time. I was checking in. I was basically the one doing the training because he was not a real dime. He was not on his job. So yeah, so that's my little intro. I think that's pretty much everything.
Real quick, Sam is here, so we can officially begin the panel. How you doing, sis?
Hey.
Hey. Okay, so the body remembers ancestral sexual trauma and the power of consent. In this panel, we're going to connect. I want to be careful with my words here because I want it to be understood that BDSM is a lifestyle that has been in existence for a while now. In some way for, probably likely since the beginning of humans. There have been those who, or really possibly since the beginning of patriarchy, there have been those who want to subjugate or exchange power totally with another by force or by consent. And in this modern iteration of the lifestyle, you have the same thing. Those who want to have a total power exchange with you through consent and sometimes through manipulation. Okay? Which manipulation is abuse, right? So we're going to talk about how the reason why I chose BDSM as the point here is because it's so divorced from Abrahamic religious conditioning. It is completely devoid of all Abrahamic religious ideas and ideals. And that is what attracts me so much to it. And I think that there are spaces in it, information in it that we can use to help liberate ourselves. Either through total power exchange as the person giving up our power, or through total power exchange as the person who is receiving the total power, right? And as Black women, I think that we have given up so much of our power that it's kind of time to learn how to pull the power back to ourselves. This arena, you get caught up with the wrong group, it is seductive, this lifestyle. It is very seductive. You will be repeating things over and over again at the request and demand of a dom that you don't believe when you say it the first time, but you say it enough times and you'll start to believe it. You laughing way too hard, and I don't like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could hear you all the way in the other room. You're getting on my nerves. She done fell out. We had an experience a few months back. And she was my lifeline, who kept reminding me, okay, you discern between reality and fantasy, please, because this is a fantasy. The reality of it was that I grew up in the Nation of Islam. Excuse me. I grew up in the NOI, and submission was an expectation. Okay? Men were expected to be given submission because they got dicks. And that was enough for them to get the submission from me. When I first started learning about the lifestyle, one of the first thing I learned was that submission is a gift. It's not something that is owed to someone because they have a dick and balls, right? It is something that if you want to give it up and a person has proven themselves worthy, whether male or female, and you have a mutual desire to give up your power to them, submit to them, remove yourself from the stressors of constantly having to make decisions, constantly having to direct everything in your life. And for someone to step in and say, listen, go get your water. Did you eat today? What did you eat? Tell me, run down your schedule for me so I can make sure you staying on track with what you need to be doing. I want to make sure you're not giving everybody else outside of you your time, space, and energy, right? Which is what a dime does. A dime helps you become a better person in exchange for you offering. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
I'm sorry.
Cut in.
I thought I was late. I'm so sorry, everyone. Greetings, everybody.
No.
I can't say before we continue, because you'll hear a lot about power exchange with kink and BDSM. I only speak on behalf of Black kink and Black BDSM. So in that respect, as a submissive, and I've been a formally trained submissive for 12 years, as a submissive, I never give up my power. What I'm doing, is reclaiming my power through submission. So I never, ever, ever want a dom to ever think that they are getting something from me that is sacred to me, which is my power. What I'm doing is I'm giving you the key, and at any time I can take it back. So for me, I've never given you my power. I have blessed you with my power. I have blessed you with pieces of it, but I've never given it up. And, a dom is never my executioner. A dom is my refuge, not my executioner. So at the end of the day, for Black kink, I'm not going to speak on the whites because that is a totally separate thing. But for Black kink, I really want submissives or potential submissives, novice submissives to understand that in no way, shape, or form should you give away your power to a dom at all. At the end of the day, you are blessing them with pieces of it. And what a high holy blessing that is. It's not even a gift, it's a blessing. And so for me, when I kneel to heal. So while he may or she may, because I'm pansexual, so while he or she may experience me kneeling, which is a full body prayer, I'm also getting blessed because I choose to be his or her altar and their offering. So I am an altar, as a submissive, and I expect to be worshiped as a submissive. And the power exchange, or the transmutation of energy, which is what we're doing, it's a mutual worship. In no way does a dom feel when they're in my presence that I am beneath them because I'm kneeling. Because we know, as practitioners of different spiritual practices, like Ifa, we're kneeling before Iyas and Babalawos all the time. And that is not giving away any of our power. It isn't. It's acknowledging the presence of divinity. It's acknowledging and respecting divinity. And it may not look the same because, I have been in relationships, DS relationships, where a dom absolutely kneeled before me because they were enamored. They were taken by all of the power that they know that they are about to witness. Because allowing myself to be an altar and an offering in and of itself is a beautiful experience that reminds the dom of his or her place. And it reminds me of my place. And that place is of power, in divinity, in goddess energy, in healing, in light, in love, in a little bit of darkness, because that's what I bring as well. So, me submitting to that dom is reminding them of their power, because who knows what they've had to heal with regards to feeling empowered as a Black man or Black woman. Who knows what I've had to heal as being in this Black body that's navigating cancer and healing rape and trauma. So it's I just want submissives to know that, and doms to know that it has nothing to do with the giving away of your power. It really doesn't.
So Sam has already jumped in and started talking some good shit. So and sorry, Reesh, I hope we ain't running all over top of you and what you had planned.
Run over top of me.
And we haven't finished. Like, Fashayo introduced herself, and then we ain't even get into the introductions and stuff. But I always believe in doing that because we talking about kink right now. So a lot of kink is about decency and order. So I'm about to do some decency and order type of stuff, right? So before we just start talking our shit, folks need to know why our shit is worth listening to, right? And so let me just say up front, introduce myself or reintroduce myself to some folks. I am the Ia Opa Egutola Oshunyemi in Orisha spaces, and in every other space, I am Toya, which is the name that my parents were pleased to give me and the name that I am pleased to have. Toya Renee, the one who is born over and over again in victory, the victorious one. And so why am I here and why am I sufficient to speak? I entered the kink lifestyle when I was 19 years old, and I am now 45. So I have spent more of my life in it than I have spent out of it. 26 years of being a kinkster. I am a kinky, polyamorous, switch yes sexual. I call myself a yes sexual, is a title I gave myself. And the reason why I say that is because I will have sex with whoever I say yes to. That's what a yes sexual is. I don't have any hangups about bodies and what they are, what they look like, and the gender presentation and all that kind of stuff. If I dig it and I want to do it and I say yes, then that's what it is, right? So you can call it however you want to call it, but that's what I call it. I was a lifestyle sub for many years. I now identify as a switch. I have been on both sides of the aisle. I have been a mentor for many years. I have trained all gender presentations, and I have trained both subs and doms. So when I talk from a place of experience. It is not something that is new to me. It isn't something that I haven't tested out. And it isn't something that I learned about on the internet when it became interesting for folks, right? This is some stuff I was doing when we were still in AOL chat rooms, right? Like that's how I met my first sir, was in an AOL chat room. So my very first kinky relationship was also my very first poly relationship. So I've been doing this thing a long, long time. So just wanted to say that first of all, to give you reasons why I get to speak on this panel. I wanted to also kind of expand our understanding, because kink is not just BDSM. There is an entire universe of kink, and BDSM is a very small part of that. There are many, 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 many ways to be kinky. And even within BDSM, there are many ways to live that, right? There are many ways to do power exchange, many ways for that to look. There are people who do high protocol, very organized, very orderly, ceremonial power exchange. And then there are folks who are much more casual and fluid with it. There are as many ways to be kinky as there are kinky people in the world. Okay. And I also agree with Sam that when I speak, I am speaking about Black kink, because for the vast majority of my experiences, they have been with Black people. And so that's what I talk about. And that's what I know about, is what I've experienced. Also, I wanted to applaud her when she talked about not giving up power. I have a very kind of different view of power exchange and of submission than many people that I have talked to, that I've heard of, that I've, been in community with in kink spaces. And for me, a dom is a luxury item. Okay. they are something I give to myself because I deserve it. And so as a submissive, I'm not giving up anything. I am allowing you the great good fortune to take care of me. What could you want more out of life than that? Like, I am, I'm the best thing going. And so if you get to take care of me, then you have received something absolutely wonderful. And I don't have to give you anything. I don't have to give you anything. You're giving me everything. You are doing the things that I either don't want to do or don't deign to do. So the things that I don't want to do, that's what you do. I don't want to think about the bills. I don't want to think about the lawn. I don't want to think about the car. I don't even want to think about what I have to eat today. You're going to think about all of that, and you're going to tell me what to do about all of that, or you're going to do it for me, right? Because what I want to do is recline. I want to dress up pretty. I want to put on makeup. I want to take care of my hair and nails, and I want to get piped down properly. That's what I want to do. And so in that relationship, that's what's happening. I am getting to do the things I want to do. When I am in submission, I want to take care of somebody. It feels good to me in that moment. I want to run baths. I want to prepare food. I want to kneel by your side and lay my head on your leg while you work. It makes me feel like a prized pet. I love that, right? I love that. I love to lay in your luxurious bed while you do grunt work. And it makes you feel like a big man. Good for you that you feel like a big man while you're doing things that I would never want to do anyway. Okay. And so I haven't given up an ounce of my power and submission. What I have said is, it takes a whole lot to make the world go around, to make life work, to make households work, to make relationships work. Here's your part of the work, and here's my part. That's it. It's an exchange. That's why it's called power exchange. It's an exchange, right? You get something from me because you have done things that I don't want to do. And then I get something from you because I'm doing the things that either you don't want to do or you can't do the way I do them. That's what the power exchange is. And for me, it helps to right some of the wrongs done by patriarchy. You know, for me, the universe is female. The universe is feminine. I am feminine. I am goddess energy, right? And so some of the wrongs of patriarchy are righted when you take care of me, as you should. That's your job. That's what you should be doing, is taking care of the goddess. That's your job in this world, is to take care of me. And so all of this idea of, you know, subs making themselves small or giving up something is complete anathema to me. I don't understand it. That's never been my position, and it's never what I encourage for those who I mentor. So
thank you for that clarification, because while, and I said this at the beginning of this conference, I am one of the loads that I'm shaking off is being perceived by the male gaze, right? And so being in powerful woman-dominated spaces like this one, it gives me the adjustments that I need to remember that the power is me. When I submit, I'm not giving up my power to you. I am, as Sam said, I'm blessing you. My power is a blessing. And if you receive a piece of it, just a little touch of it, you're not even getting all of me in my submission. You're getting that part of me that is willing to submit. Because the part of me that's willing to eat your head is ever present. Okay? the part of me that is willing to cut you from here to here is still always there, right? So if I'm quiet and agreeable, it's because you have done everything you needed to do this week to make sure I was comfortable, right? Ever present. That's right. It's ever present. So I don't want to cut your wisdom, Toya. Please carry on. I just wanted to say thank you for
Oh no, you weren't cut me off.
okay.
You weren't cut me off at all. I just wanted to do my little introduction, my little introduction spiel. So I'm done.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder, Ia. I didn't even know. I thought I was late. I saw y'all on and I'm like, oh no, but I had to say that because every space I'm in, we talk about Black women and submission, and I hear it all the time. I'm a formally trained submissive. I've been a formally trained submissive for 12 years. I'm also a primal submissive. I'm also a little. I identify as a middle. And so for me, when I hear that, I cringe because my nervous system has been through so fucking much. My nervous system has been through so much. So when I am vetting a dominant, which is like a long drawn out interview process, when I am vetting a dominant, I am looking for someone with the likeness of God because I am elevating you to God. I am a goddess, so I am elevating you to God. I expect to be elevated to goddess. I mean, whether you do it or not, I am. So, I'm looking for all of those things. And so the toxic, just taking advantage of, submissives is what makes certain women look at me like, girl, really? Like, how could you be both? How could you be submissive and stand in powerful energy? How could I not? I was born into powerful energy. I'm going to transition this world in powerful energy, and I'm going to continue wherever the hell I go in powerful energy. So, like Ia said, a Dom is absolutely allowing me to be the softest, most submissive, most nastiest, most amazing version of myself. And that is why I cannot choose. And, thank God for the spirits that walk with me because they help me choose. Like, thank God for Ori, because the reason I'm able to kneel before a Dom is because I kneel before myself every morning. When I am, just kneeling and at my Ori shrine, the reason why I'm able to even be in that position to kneel before a Dom is because I've already kneeled before me. So I already recognize the divinity in me and I honor that. And so that is why I'm able to kneel and why my safe space is in that position, because I'm readying myself for worship. That kneeling position puts me in the headspace of worship. Oh, I'm about to worship and I'm about to be worshiped. So this is a sacred space. So I just wanted to say, just say that, and I'm so grateful to be here, everybody.
I wanted to give an example of still maintaining your power by being a sub, because the first time I had, he did something that I felt like was a little bit out of pocket. So most people know what a safe word is, you know what I mean? So it's a word, phrase, signal, whatever, to bring things to a halt or to slow down depending on how detailed you get. But anyway, he got out of pocket and I had enough. It wasn't so bad that I just completely went off, because I do have a temper. But so I kind of safe worded out, but then I let his ass have it. And, explain to him that if you ever do that to me again, I'll leave. Like, unceremoniously as hell. Like, I will leave. Like, because I don't have to be here, because, and like I said, outside of that, he took really good care of me. And for me, it was specifically in the area of my refrigerator was always full. That was one of his big things. So it had to be organic. It had to be, non-fructose, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just real particular. about what he bought. I didn't have to go to the store with him. He called me and see what I needed, get all the stuff, get all the extras, whatever. And also when he got out of pocket, yeah, you're gonna get chin checks still. And you're gonna be talking at that point, he wasn't even talking to Bashayo, he was talking to Keisha. Like, so because we can get at it, and we were able to get everything back on track. But to the point is like, it's something that I'm choosing to do. For me, like I said, it was actually an experiment. I wanted to see what this felt like when it wasn't my dad trying to put his foot on my neck and, siding with every man I was ever with over me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he always chose them. To this day, he probably still would, but now I just don't tell him nobody I'm with. But, he chose them in my face over me. So my thing was, I wanted to know what it was like for somebody to get up every day and think about me first and what I needed, and to give me space to be soft. Because before then, Toya, bless her heart, was bearing witness to all this. But, it's like, I didn't know how to be soft before then. I had to make a conscious decision to do that. And this became a part of it. But I made that space for myself first. I gave myself that first because it set the standard. So that's when I'm saying protect the property, you setting a standard, whether a dime is present or not, whether the dime is male, female, somewhere in between, you still have a responsibility that never comes off the table, because people are still people and they still gonna do stuff. They gonna have off days. They might trigger you in some way that maybe you wasn't even aware of. And you still need to be able to open your mouth and say, okay, so guess what you're not finna do? And like with any other thing, if it's not working for you, because these last 2 years of all this upheaval I've experienced and beautiful change I've experienced, I have learned how to grieve and leave. I will leave. I'm not here to stay around nothing that doesn't, and it's just getting better and better. I'm not staying around anything that does not feel good to me. And when Samantha was mentioning the vetting process, vetting and negotiations is something that I deeply feel like would benefit us in all relationships. I was gonna say romantic relationships, yes, because we tend to be the worst in romantic relationships, because a lot of the ways that we're raised, as women in particular, we're not taught from the jump a lot of times that, no, I'm the reflection of God. Like, that's what gazing upon here. But rather we come into these submissive things, or these oppressive things rather. And so I learned, by learning how to vet properly, and negotiations and things like that. Negotiations are ongoing. Like, that can change at any point, no matter how long you've been in there. It would have saved me so much heartache and trauma if I had just known the questions to ask, and it helped me to set standards. It helped me to say, okay, you know what? This is what I can do for myself. So if I can do this for me, you need to be up here somewhere. You need to be beating what I can do for myself. You need to exceed that. Cause for me, I enjoy my time alone. So if you want to be in my space, what are you going to do to make my life easier? Cause that's what having a dom did for me. Being a dom, I made his life easier, in the ways that he needed me to. The type of dom I was like, if he said that he, wanted something, he was interested in something caught his eye, he had it. It wasn't a problem. And I can guarantee you I ain't never treated another man like that. But that's the type I needed to really get into that energy for myself to experience it. And it was a really powerful experience, because I still didn't feel like I was, like, I guess what they call pick-me's or whatever. Because there was a certain exchange that had to happen first, things that had to be in place, which is why he got dismissed. So I would suggest anybody in here, even if you're not in the kink, please look up vetting and negotiation practices.
It's important. I just think, and also in the vetting process, you realize, vetting being, you're taking very intentional time to understand how this person is when they're angry. Like, that's my thing. Like, I want to know how you behave when you are angry, when you are agitated, because that's going to say a lot about how your energy is with me. And so, a lot of doms don't need a submissive, they need a therapist and a spiritual advisor. A lot of submissives do not need a dom, you need a therapist and a spiritual advisor and a reading, because you're operating out of wahala and confusion. And I think because we have experienced trauma in these bodies and in these, in our past, however, our past blood and bones or whatever, I think it's even more important to walk into any relationship dynamic in BDSM, kink, or friendships, lovers, whatever, with the understanding that, like, you want to know how this person, aligns with you, like how this person is going to align with me spiritually, metaphysically, because I think for me, this is why, being a person that has navigated rape in the family, navigating rape from uncles, I think that what drew me to kink in a healthy way and a healing way was that my no is respected. My pleasure and my pain are divine. And I am allowing you to, conjure that for me. And I'm doing it with you and I'm healing that. So when I choose impact play, or when I choose to be put in a situation where I'm tied up, for me, that is such a healing transmutation of energy for me. Like, I don't top from the bottom. Like, I'm not on the bottom saying, you do this. I don't do that. I love to sit and bask in submissive energy, but I really do transmute that energy to get you lit. Like, you might be using a flogger on me, but you have no idea I'm getting you lit because I'm transmuting that energy. I think that when my no wasn't respected, I felt like all I was a vessel to be used. And I waited to be used, and I waited and I waited. And I asked myself, like, why? Like, why? Like, why are they doing this? Why am I allowing it? All these things were going through my mind. And I just felt like, okay, I get it. This happened to my mother. So that's why she was unable to protect me, and all these things. So now I get it. So now I reclaimed my power in that. So when I am allowing anyone into my energy, a dom, I am absolutely, like, I need them to prioritize my mental health, because we receive downloads all the time in subspace. Like, in subspace, I'm feeling all the things that I didn't even know I felt in this lifetime, I'm feeling. And so I need you to be able to guide me safely through that. Because when I come out of subspace, I'm shaking because I just unlocked something, like, some trauma that happened to this physical body, something you did reminded me of something somebody else did to me. So a dom that can guide me safely, guided meditation, like all of these you find out in the vetting process. Like, that's important. I want to know any other submissives you've been with that felt like you were harmful. Like, and there are going to be some things that seem harmful in kink. Like, we talk about RAP, like responsible kink, like responsible, consensual, and aware. We talk about that all the time, but there are some things that are going to look a little weird and feel a little weird, but that's all the more reason to choose someone who honors your whole self, like all the things that you've been through. Because I will tell you, there have been plenty of times that I have been with a dom and I have regressed, and it has been horrific. And had I been with a toxic ass dude or a toxic ass woman, I promise you, it would have set me back. Like, I thought I healed that, and here it comes up again. So all the more reason for you to vet someone to understand, I won't even in our negotiations, if you don't help me, like, I think you mentioned too, like, there are certain things that we expect from DOMs and there are certain things that DOMs expect from us. One of my expectations is you must pay for my copay, my mental health copay, because I see a therapist twice a week. So put that in the budget because I'm going to talk about you, a kink aware therapist. I go to one and I need to be able to unpack what it's like to be of service to someone, like emotionally, physically, and spiritually. So that's in the budget. Go ahead and tack that in. It costs me $35 every time I go. So you go ahead and tack that in the budget of what I require. So I totally agree with you that vetting everybody, even if you're not considering a Dom sub situation or a kink situation, vetting 100%.
And let's go ahead and connect this, because Reesh was saying that some folks are like, well, why would this topic be part of a Hoodoo conference, right? Why are we talking about sex? Why are we talking about kinky sex in particular? And, one of the things that I believe, one of the things that my godmother, the right radiant Yellow Oshunyemi Akalatunde, AKA Olaomi Amaloku, who is right there. I'm looking at her little black box. One of the things that she says is that Hoodoo is a liberation theology, right? It's a liberation theology. And kink, when used properly, when engaged in properly, can be a liberation technology. It has been for me, right? Freedom is not anarchy. It's not anybody get to do anything, anywhere, anyhow. Freedom is I have boundaries around the things that are fine for me. And all of the things that I have said no to, my no is respected. And when you can say no is heard and honored, then I say yes to so many more things. I have such utter freedom when I know that my boundaries won't be trespassed upon. And so it gives you safety. And because you are safe, you are free, right? And so leaning into this kind of stuff allows you to be all of who you are. It allows you to be completely in your body. And we have been taught to separate what is body, right? And what is supposedly spiritual. As if, we were taught in the Abrahamic spaces and those Judeo-Christian spaces that the things that are of your body are unholy, immediate, right? They are the secular things. They are the fleshly things. And we are supposed to hate our flesh because our flesh is sinful. And instead, what this gives us is a complete being in our body and honoring how divine that is, honoring the sacred space that is my body, honoring my yes, doing all of the things that I want to do, the things that look profane and filthy and nasty to certain parts of the world, but that bring me pleasure. If it bring me pleasure, then it ain't wrong with it, right? It ain't nothing wrong with it. The things that I do that are pleasurable to me are also things that are transcendent for my partners. And a little further up in the chat, Addie said men used to have sex with priestesses in order to reach like spiritual ascension. And I said, they still do, because it's one of my specialties. And the reason why I said that is because that's literally the truth. I am a priestess. I'm an initiated priestess, but even before this, I've been in spiritual spaces and a spiritualist pretty much my whole life, right? Literal deities live here. So this is a temple, this body. When you are given the great good fortune to touch it, to engage with it in sexual congress, you have entered a temple. You have met eyes with a deity. There is nobody who comes away from sex with me who has not spiritually ascended. There is no one. And you can go and ask all of them, their lives are immeasurably better from the first time they got to touch me. I have healing waters. That's the thing, right? Healing and prosperity come from this here. And that is because I know that about myself. It is because, as Sam said, I bow to myself every day. I recognize divinity here. I honor divinity here. And because I do, then I embody divinity here. And there's nobody who enters the space of God. There's nobody who looks upon the face of God and is unchanged. That's not a thing. And that's not, we're not even talking about sex. We're just talking about in the spiritual at all. There is no way to engage with God and come away unchanged. Right. And so if you don't know why sexual freedom connects to hoodoo, then you probably need to figure out whether or not you understand what hoodoo is, right? Because hoodoo is what was given to us for our protection, for our provision, but it was given to us for our liberation. First and foremost, it was given to us to free us, right? And so it is our relationship with nature, and we are part of nature. Everything else is allowed to flower and to bloom and to be in orgasmic congress and not be shamed for it. You should be part of the orgasmic experience of nature too, and not be ashamed of it. That's part of what hoodoo is.
I will never stop saying orgasmic congress henceforth for all the days of my life. That's my new shit right now. She said, me either. I will never stop saying orgasmic congress. I am a part of the orgasmic congress. I am a priestess of the orgasmic congress, and I'm constantly learning every day more and more about the orgasmic congress. So thank you for that, Toya. I appreciate that. That's my ear.
Leave it to Toya to give us the good word.
I do want to ask y'all, can we talk a little bit about the dangers of masculine energy dominant or male run kink spaces? How dangerous that can be, how they hide misogynoir in those spaces. Their hatred for women is in there. They won't come out and say it, but you hear it in the kinks that they have. You hear it in the things that they want to do to you, the ways that they want to subjugate you like an animal and not exalt you like a goddess, right? I was confused a little bit because I had come across so many different times who they wanted their subs to do these things, and I'm like, I don't yuck nobody's yum. As Ia Opa says, I don't yuck nobody's yum, but I'm not doing that, right? I am not going to allow you to not speak life into my womb as a part of aftercare, right? I'm not going to allow you to not worship me as a part of aftercare, right? I enjoy consensual, non-consensual encounters, right? In exchange for that, once we're done with that, I need you to go ahead and breathe your worship back into me, right? Breathe your worship into me while you are consensually, non-consensually fondling my clitoris, while you are suckling at my breasts, while my hands are behind my back, because I have allowed you to do so, and it gives me great pleasure to do so. Go ahead at the end of that and pour some worship into me, right? How can we create and foster kink safe spaces for women interested in sexual healing and learning how to conjure freedom from sexual shame and guilt?
I think for me, I think it's important for us to create spaces where we learn from other Black folks. Now, again, I speak from a Black perspective. And when we go into white kink spaces, I am reminded why those spaces breed toxic masculine energy, like you had mentioned. Because these, and I'm going to just say it, these DOMs, and I use that word very loosely and disrespectfully, they are learning from white DOMs. And that is problematic. It's always going to be problematic. And I remember I was speaking at a Sex Down South event, and I was talking about Black BDSM and kink to a bunch of white folks, and I wanted y'all to hear me. I wanted them to hear me because you need to learn. If you're offered the blessing of a Black submissive or a Black dom, I need you to know what that comes with, what the responsibility that comes with, and traumas that you may be, you may bear witness to as a white dom or a white submissive. So I remember a young lady came in and she was Black. She was a Black healthcare clinician. And she said, I was in a kink space in a dungeon, and this black, very misogynistic dom went up, and he starts, talking about how he was going to do a flogging demonstration on a submissive. And he quickly, I guess he got distracted, and a white dom went in his place. And a Black submissive was going to be part of the demonstration. And I remember the lady saying that everything was okay until that first strike. She said that first strike that white dom delivered to that Black sub, she felt it in her body, in her physical and metaphysical body. She was like, I was shook. I don't know why. And she said everything was consensual. So I want to just make that clear. Everything was consensual. That Black submissive was on that stage providing, doing this so that everyone can see how this impact play was going to work and all this and that. But she said in her body, that first strike, she felt it in her blood. Her blood started boiling. She got angry. She got mad. She felt all the feelings. And that is why, for me, I think there needs to be spaces for Black folks to learn, grow, and understand and expand their consciousness about kink, but it needs to be inclusive of spirituality. It needs to be inclusive of mental health, because she had a physical reaction watching a Black submissive get flogged by a white dom. And why is that? And we are having a conference about hoodoo. Why is that? Why do you think that is? We are our ancestors. I don't give a shit what nobody say. People be like, we are not our ancestors. No, baby, I'm my ancestors. I had ancestors who have told me stories of watching my people get hung from trees, and people get beaten, and people get, what looks like today flogging or whipped. And most of us honor the pleasure and pain of being whipped or flogged now. But we are our ancestors. And because of that, we have no choice but to feel that at some point in our kink or BDSM or even regular vanilla sexual experiences. Like, we're gonna feel that. And I will never in my life submit to a white dom. I want to be clear about that, because they always approach me. The fetishing of Black bodies has gone on since our ancestors. They doing it now. They did it back then. You can't have this body, physically or metaphysically. And so I felt the sister when she was saying, I had to leave. And she's a mental health provider, but she's also a dom, and a dame. And she said, I couldn't stand to see it. She said, it bothered me so much, I started weeping. And that is why, it is important for us to create spaces with, folks that are gender nonconforming Black folks, Black femmes, Black doms, Black submissives. Let's learn from each other. And if you choose to have a white dom or a white submissive, that's great. But you walk in with this knowledge, like you walk in with this consciousness, because it will show up because again, we are our ancestors. It will show up every single time. In subspace, like I said earlier, we receive a lot of downloads, Like we're not in this physical body anymore. Like we're in an altered state of consciousness. So something's gonna pop up. So I mean, I'm just not ever going to submit to a white dom. But for those of y'all who may, like, it's so important to create and cultivate spaces for us to learn and grow. So we're walking in with knowledge and power and expecting certain things of these white doms and being able to negotiate those things and say, okay, this is what I need you to do. You need to learn from this person that I trust, because a lot of the Black misogynistic doms that I have heard about are learning from white spaces. And that's just straight up. They're learning from white spaces. Like, I understand, because I own submission. I love when Black men and Black women own master slave titles. I love that. I'd be like, oh shit, you're doing it. Like, this is it. You're doing the work. Like, when we can reclaim the master and slave, narrative. I love to see Black folks do it, but it has to be done in tandem with spiritual work and mental health. Like, that's what the key is for destroying these extremely misogynistic spaces. And I hate to see Black folks at the hem of it. Like, I hate to see it. I be wanting to rescue. I want to be Sojourner Truth of kink, because I hate to see it. I hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why these spaces are important. That is why it is important for Black folks who are kinksters to start showing ourselves.
Yes.
To not be afraid to be out publicly, because the face of kink is so much, most often white. And so Black folks feel like there are not spaces for us, or we feel ashamed of our urges and the things that we want. It is very important for those of us who are active in it and have been for a long time, so that that we come up and talk about it in public. That's why I'm excited that we're having this panel, this forum, and I'm excited that the people who are talking about it are Black women, right? Because that's one of the things, right, is that we need to have spaces that are led by people who are not men. And we need spaces that are led by people, even within Black folk spaces, we need spaces that are led by people who are not men, right? And so, because we know the dangers of men being put in power and what they might feel free to do with that power, they will use it as an excuse to visit abuse upon people.
Right.
To get out all of the things that they know are reprehensible, and they will try to couch it in kink as if that makes it okay. I have never found a white kink space that did not include race play. They don't need to say that that's what they're doing. It is what they're doing. They cannot come into contact with Black people in a way that is not fetishizing. I have never experienced it. They, even the ones who think of themselves as liberal and anti-racist and all of that kind of stuff, it comes up. It comes up and it comes out all of the time, right? And so when they have been the teachers of people who are in our spaces, then even Black folks don't know how to engage properly in ways that are not fetishistic and gross, right? They bring that grossness over with them. And so we need spaces that are created for us and by us, and that are run by those of us who have, quote unquote, less power in the vanilla world, because we are the ones who can teach proper empathy, compassion, boundaries to the people who see themselves as being in power, right? That's why when I say I'm a mentor and I say, you know, I've been a lifestyle sub who trained DOMs, and they're like, well, how do you do that? If you're a sub, how do you train a DOM? Who better to
Thank
train
you.
a DOM than one who has been on the receiving end of that kind of behavior, of that relationship? There's nobody better to teach you how to be in right relationship with your sub than somebody who has spent decades being one, right?
I honestly feel like, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, in my very brief and limited experience, right? And I plan to learn more. And I have been so thoroughly captured by these experiences that I can't ever consider going back to vanilla life. Like, I can't even do it. Like the act of vanilla sex without the fashion and flair of kink, just it does not nourish my soul, right? I believe that, in my limited knowledge, I believe that every dom, especially male doms, should be placed in or place themselves in the role of a submissive for a certain amount of time so that they can fully understand what that service is, right? What that service means and how it is a blessing to them in their natural role or their preferred role. I'll say my natural role is dominant, right? My natural way is domination, control, order, putting the steps together and executing them, right? So stepping into that submissive role, I can't imagine ever giving up control, right? This conversation, all of the attendees have said how it has so richly blessed them and given them expansion of thought and feeling, and I testify. Do y'all have any final words before we cut out? Because it's 10:50. Go
I
ahead.
did want to say something, just because a little further up in the chat, and we never got to it. I saw somebody say, can we talk about what consensual non-consent is?
Yes.
Right. And so, you know, of course, folks are going to have different ways to define it. So I just kind of want to give the kind of a very high level answer, right? First of all, that is not something you should ever enter into with somebody that you do not trust completely. If I would not trust you with my life, I mean, literally, if I would not trust you to throw yourself in front of a car for me, if I wouldn't trust you to take a bullet for me, this is not something that we engage in. Okay. And so it is something I have only done once in relationship in my life. And that is literally because I trusted that person to save my life if that was ever needed. And basically it means I have given you, in my case, it meant I have given you blanket consent, right? So I don't have to use safe words. I don't have to do any of that kind of thing. I know that you know me well enough that you will not cross a boundary that I would never care for you to cross, that you will not do anything to me that would leave me feeling horrible or degraded or abused. And so the constant state of consent, receiving it, asking for it, making sure that, you know, everything is above board is not something you have to do. I have given you consent. Go forward, right? And so sometimes that looks like, you know, there's play where you can be saying, no, 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 right? And things are still happening and it is not rape, right? So there is a difference between consensual non-consent and rape.
Yes.
That is a thing that needs to be very, very clear. There is no such thing as non-consensual sex. That is rape.
Thank you.
Okay, that is rape. Sex is not happening if I have not consented to sex.
Right. Thank you.
And
A lot.
so that you know, even within the auspices of consensual non-consent, we need to be very clear.
Yes.
We need to be very clear that there are boundaries and negotiations and communication and consent that happen on the front end.
Yes.
Before that was entered into.
Yes.
Otherwise, it is rape.
Yeah, and people are calling, and I want to say this for Black people because I've seen it in white spaces, and now Black people are starting to say it in Black kink spaces. CNC, consensual non-consent, is not rape play. I really wish that folks would stop saying that. Even if you look up CNC, you know, in the World Wide Web, you'll come up with rape play. That is absolutely traumatizing,
Yes.
specifically for folks that are rape situations. So for Black folks, I'm so glad Ia said that, and I did put in the chat, like, if Ia wasn't my sister, I would definitely put my, you know, slide my credentials across the table and petition her to be my dom. Just saying, but it is not rape play.
Don't make me cry.
Definitely not rape play, and I'm so glad you said that because that is where we are starting to see, and may all of the veils be lifted on the rape that is happening in under the guise of kink and BDSM and under the guise of tutelage and, service submission and all this bullshit. It is, I want all the veils to be lifted, and I want the spirits that walk with those people that are affected, I want them to get their motherfucking revenge. Because that is the hoodoo way. And that's how I feel. Like growing up in a hoodoo home, navigating through having to be hush hush about people touching on me. The minute that one of my aunts found out, she was like, let's handle this spiritually, and then we can go up physically. Like all the veils be lifted and all the secrets be exposed. And so
I know we only got a couple more minutes, Reesh. Somebody asked, what is one piece of advice we would give people who are new or getting into kink? And the first thing that I would say, the main thing I would say is find yourself a mentor, find yourself a Black person who is already in the kink space, somebody you can trust, and talk to them. You need teachers. You need mentors, you need elders, the same way you do in any other kind of space. When you were entering Hoodoo, you looked for elders, you looked for teachers, you looked for trainers, you looked for people who were experienced. You need to do the same thing in kink spaces. Please do not just run into stuff. Please do not just jump into things because it sounds fun. Please do not do it. I've seen too many people harmed. I've seen too many people abused. I've seen too many people on the other side of it where things that happened to them could have been avoided if they knew somebody who would help them navigate these spaces. Please look for Black folks who are open and will help you to navigate, to ease your way in.
And charming therapists.
Yes, and have a therapist. I put it in the chat, but kink is not therapy. Your dom, your sub is not your therapist. You are not going to fuck your way to healing, y'all. That is not what we are saying. We are not saying that sexual freedom and that being kinky in the bedroom is going to equal spiritual healing or mental health. It's not. You still need a therapist.
Absolutely.
Okay? Have all of the kinky good fun.
Yeah.
Get a therapist.
And a reader and a reputable spiritual advisor.
Ashe.
Absolutely. Y'all, thank you so much. If either of you are ever offering mentorship, please reach out to me and let me know, hey Rish, I'll go ahead and, give you some resources and take you under my wing. I'll be under your wing. Take me on, put me under there. But I understand the boundaries that we have. Yeah, thank you so much. Sam, thank you so much. I love y'all, my sisters. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna go put my Bantu knots in and fall out. Happy New Year. We made it. I don't know if 2023 gave it to y'all the way she gave it to me, but that bitch about to die.
Happy New Year, y'all. Happy New Year, y'all.
Yes. Thank you. And I see you tomorrow. I love you so much.
Tomorrow. Love you all.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Baby.